It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of Blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another Smurf edition of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International chess festival. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I came prepared. I'm dressed in blue. My face is blue. The background is blue. So is Peter Svidler.
Yeah.
Peter, for today.
Plenty after the well-rested or alternatively barely recovering from a massive hangover field is back for the last 4 rounds of the day, having watched, I assume, the World Cup final yesterday, or as some proper multitasking people, a number of World Cup finals which were running simultaneously. So 4 more rounds to go. I assume the players are very excited to be back at the chessboards.
They gotta be.
As are we. Very, very excited.
Can't wait. Kirill Alexeyenko on 100%. Did you watch football with him?
I did watch football with him, yes, on the screen of his laptop, because we
Wow.
somewhat inexplicably did not go to any kind of a sports bar or any place like that. We just found a quiet place somewhere in Barcelona and watched it on some kind of a website of sorts.
So just to get it straight, you went to Barcelona to watch the match and then you watched it on Kirill's laptop.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
That is exactly what happened.
You do know how to have fun.
Yes, absolutely. It was a tremendously enjoyable evening, afternoon going into the evening, because then we took a walk. Barcelona is a nice place to walk around in, I will say.
Been there.
Yeah, we did enjoy at least that part. And honestly, the football was a lot better than I expected it all. Had any right to be, really. For the first 75 minutes, it looked like it was a bit of a non-event, and then it suddenly became less of a non-event.
Yeah. So for events today, for more than 75 minutes, I would assume we have a good chance Kirill will probably be looking to continue his game plan of winning every game with the white pieces against Grigoryan. Never easy, but I don't think it's time to slow down and start thinking about let's make draws and get to the finish line. He will try to push.
Yeah, you're definitely not the time to coast. He's half a point ahead of Grigoryan, but there's a bunch of people 1 point behind him, and if he starts making draws, that distance will be covered quite confidently by the eagerly waiting peloton. He is white today. He also played white day before yesterday, but of all the arcane rules about pairings, the more obvious one is nobody ever gets 3 games with the same color in a row if you can help it, and his opponent did play white against Hans Niemann in round 5 and then white against Demchenko in round 6. So a bit of a forced color for Karen.
Yeah, good news for Kirill, or of course, easier to play for a win with white. I'm not familiar enough with Karen. From what I've seen, it doesn't seem heavily theoretical. So Kirill could be looking to engage in an opening debate or try to.
Already a bit of a surprise, though. Yeah.
D4 first.
Yeah, because Kirill, I mean, as anyone who has played, in particular, such a long candidate as the one Kirill was involved in, which lasted 400 and a bit days, giving you plenty of scope to prepare for all kinds of things. Of course, he can make pretty much any first move he wants, but he is, I think, primarily a 1e4 player. So yeah, this is a bit of a surprise for me.
D5 has him thinking. It's not the move you expect when you play D4, but it's probably the second move of the first.
Yeah.
Knight of 6 was played on board number 2, where Yu Yang Yi, after grinding out last round's game, he is now back with the black pieces. Manuel Petrov, very solid Armenian player, goes for the London system, which nowadays, is no longer meant to play. E3, C3, knight BD2, knight D2, knight F3, H3, and then have a look what happens. It's just a proper opening. And we'll see how Yu Yang Yi reacts to it.
Yeah, it's a very solid opening, and there's all kinds of really strange things which people do. Later yesterday in the Carlsen Nakamura match, I think Magnus played some kind of London with A3 by move 4, which I have never seen before, but is supposedly a serious new attempt which did transpose into some kind of a QGD theory later on. So yeah, plenty of stuff that can happen here. There's say Janusz, but it's called Schliemann in English, right? On board 4, which is an exciting opening for today.
No, this is Janusz, right? Or I always get confused with Schliemann with A6, which A4 or whatever. I don't know. But I think this we call Janusz.
Yeah, an opening which looks like it shouldn't be correct. I think optically, immediately you think like the white really is not doing enough wrong for you to completely ignore the fact that the center is under some pressure and start some kind of a flank counter and counterattack by move 3. But it has two things going for it. One, it actually is, I think, playable if you invest time into learning the intricacies of it. And secondly, I think it's rare enough that if you don't do it in every single game, people generally don't remember what they're planning to do against it, which leads to perhaps the critical questions not being asked.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've toyed with the idea of playing this as a surprise on and off, but whenever I do, I come to the conclusion that white has too many lines I don't really like. Like d3 is arguably the main move, after which there's a bunch of theory. But even most of the alternatives, like this is the old line, knight c3 takes, knight f6, and now either queen e2 or knight takes f6 ends up usually with you having to remember a bunch of stuff to then defend an arguably slightly worse endgame. So it never really felt worth it for me. Also, bishop takes c6 is a serious option. So yeah, I could never quite see the upside, but if it comes unannounced, I guess it depends on the player. Some people, I would actually assume Andreas, one of them will just have a set repertoire against all the more or less legal options here and probably go for that. But yeah, it's not as bad as it looks because white really hasn't committed any crimes to be hit with 3f5.
Yeah, it was played against me in the qualifying stage of the Mr. Dodgy Invitational, and I always play d3, but I decided on the spur of a moment, I decided to go for knight c3 in one of those old lines which you mentioned, and got soundly outplayed and lost. It was actually towards the end of the tournament, and the game was somewhat important. I was upset with myself after getting very, very soundly beaten in this line. So yeah,
sorry this happened.
It is, yeah, very, very regrettable, and the scars are still with me, as you can see. Also, apologies for all the sniffling. I had breakfast. Sick? I had breakfast with a plague person, and that particular plague person was our dear mutual friend, Mr. Dodgy, and I regret everything. I did take some meds, but I appear to be in slightly the worse for wear for the 15 minutes I spent with him at breakfast.
Oh yeah, I've been staying away from him. I had no idea he was sick.
Wise.
We have a bit of a blast from the 2010s in the Korobov-Tin Jingyao matchup. This has fallen somewhat out of fashion. I'm not even sure why. I guess the Semi-Slav is no longer on the forefront of opening theory because black has so many other sound options and most white players don't think it's worth investing the time into these very sharp, unclear lines. But Korobov, not the type to be afraid or to necessarily follow fashion in the openings. He just likes playing exciting positions and goes for this stuff, which, yeah, 15 years ago, everybody, I assume you as well, was very busy checking all these positions and move orders and subtleties. And do we go knight bd7?
Yeah, somewhat shockingly, I actually played this from the black side, not the white side, because I think spiritually I'd feel a lot more at home here being the player on the attack. But yeah, that was during the period where I was trying to remake myself into a Slav player, and that was part of my repertoire. It was a lot of fun to analyze. It probably maybe less fun to analyze now because things have clarified.
It's easier. You just push the button as in any opening, but yeah, back then there was a lot to be discovered. I'm not sure what the current state is. I guess it's black holes with best play as any line. And yeah, back then by far the main moves were h4 and short castles. Nowadays, I think computers have some sympathy for this. Queen c2, rook d1. I have to admit I haven't kept up with correspondence games here, which is normally where the theory gets made, and this is still very much an ongoing debate in correspondence games where white even, I'm not sure if in recent years, but occasionally used to win because these positions can be quite tricky to understand even for strong engines. But yeah, let's see what Korobov has in mind. Should at the very least be entertaining.
Yeah, these are rarely very boring games unless for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless they're both aiming for some specific line which they both know, and then you do expect.
I have some good memories.
Yeah.
All this stuff, which is how we used to play back then. But yeah, times have changed.
Yeah.
But castles on the board. Anton is a Renaissance man. Now black. Used to choose between bishop g7 and h5. Kramnik once used bishop b4 as a surprise weapon here. There's of course always the question, how bad is b4?
But the question is, yeah, generally the answer is very bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's too risky. Stuff like this. I was always a bit afraid from the white side to end up a bunch of pawns down, but computers do not endorse this type of behavior, maybe not too surprisingly, to weaken our pawn chain here, opening the position without king in the middle. Probably not meant to end well.
Yeah, definitely agree with all of that. Seems like there is another opening which I used to play and sort of enjoy a bit further down. And this is, I think, a first appearance. I mean, not the first appearance, but he's not been doing that well in this tournament. Ivan Cheparinov on the black side against one of the younger Indians, Samantha Ditya. And yeah, this is what in my mind will sort of forever be the Rublevsky-Taimanov line that features in dozens and dozens of Rublevsky games, specifically the e6, a6, knight e6, and this structure, because I think against him people were very much taking on 6 and playing bishop d3, and he's had a lot of games here.
Yeah, fashion has changed a bit here recently. We've seen a lot of queen f3 in these positions.
And I think e5 became a much more serious move than it. Like, it used to be considered to be completely harmless because people were playing e5, queen c7, f4. But then I think people realized f4 is nowhere near forced, and you can play both queen e2 and, in particular, I think bishop f4 positions here, which is connected just with the ignoring the pawn on b2. If it gets attacked, it just gets left there for 2 tempi. And then you want to play bishop d3, castle short, and start giving mate. So all of these things have, become somewhat more fashionable. But Samantha is doing the quote-unquote classical thing here of just taking on c6, playing bishop d3 castles. And
this is Karona Topolovna from the famous St. Louis 2014 tournament. Karona started with 7 out of 7. I think he had this position against Topalov.
Yeah, this is not how I personally was approaching this when I was playing this with black, having picked it up from Sergei and kind of tried to incorporate this into my. I had this line against Topalov as well, but I think I always try to be slightly cleverer and try to not play king of 8 so quickly. King of 8 this is a very classical position, and there's a lot of theory here, starting with g6. But I guess the modern machines just win with white after bishop h6, rook b8, and all of those really old lines, where like after queen h3, which I think used to be the main move here. Already the engine says knight d1 almost +1, but yeah, there was this old really crazy theory starting with queen h3, rook b4, bishop g7, and there was this game Polgar had this on the white or black side. I remember it was a Judith game where people used to play rook h4 here and suffer, and then somebody came up with the idea of, instead of rook h4, playing rook g8, queen h7, rook g7, queen g7, bishop f8, and then Polgar Akopian, thank you, Chessable, yeah, and then queen g5 here, and claiming that the queen on g8 is very stupid, will take a long time to come out. We are picking up the pawn on e5, and we enjoy our usual, fluid structure, very nice pieces. Rook on b4 might come to g4 and give mate in some kind of an ideal dream scenario, which never materializes, and so on.
The good old days when computer wouldn't just play rook e3 and you lose you do.
Pretty much, yeah. But as mentioned, yeah, king of 8, I think, is a nod towards the fact that this is 2022. Engines probably start screaming at you at the top of their voice if you do any of this stuff. And king of 8, while also, not looking like an oil painting, does preserve some sanity.
Cheparinov is taking some risks here. This is not a line you play. if you want to try out the game, he's looking for a fight. Let's see.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is also why I was playing this line, because I thought we probably don't equalize, but we get a position where there should be a lot of play, even if we are definitely running a very significant risk as black. What else do we have?
That's it.
Good night. Petrov.
Finally, knight bd2. Is this what Levon did against, who was it? I guess against Nepomniachtchi, and then as usual he was lost with white after 3 more moves, as people tend to be against Nepomniachtchi in every Petrov.
Yeah, he does provoke a lot of that somehow.
Like, the fashionable line was knight c3 here for a while, hoping for knight takes c5, but I guess they have sort of figured that out. And knight bd2 is the latest wrinkle, when there was some weird stuff. No, rook e8, knight h4, maybe it was one of these weird positions.
Yeah, actually, knight bd2 has not been played against Levon, against Jan. Levon played this against Erigaisi about a year ago. And there are some other high-profile games, but at least my database doesn't give me a single Nepomniachtchi game. Against Jan, there were some other moves. Weird. I also was absolutely sure you're correct.
Your database is wrong, sir.
Okay.
I'll just overrule it because I recalled.
Did he play bishop e6? I remember that game. Yeah. How did that?
Yeah, rook e8, knight h4, bishop e6, queen c2. Pretty sure that's how it went.
I think he kept the queen on b3 for the sort of longer.
Mix something up, yeah, pretty early. Maybe something. I don't know. My memory could be off. I'm talking nonsense.
No, let's. I'm pretty sure you're right now. Yeah, the more I think about this, the more I'm sure you're right. But yeah, he was basically lost by move 17-ish and did not save the game. He came at some point close to saving that game, but then went wrong all over again and lost. Yeah, there we are. That game went from a slightly different line, though. It was from queen c2, not queen b3, and this is why we can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies. Take everything back.
Yeah, he actually went queen c2 to b3 in some position, and then couldn't justify it and was completely lost. Anyway, this is a very sharp, very topical line, and yeah, we can, both of us, I'm sure, can give a long speech about why c5 is now being played in every single kind of a topical discussion here, but it is very much sort of the central position where white players are trying to find something against the bishop f5 Petrov. Both the young Indian players, you would assume, know a great deal about it. Both of them are playing incredibly quickly, so should be for the Petrov aficionados out there, should be a very interesting game and potentially important game towards the theory of the variation.
Do you think they do public viewings together whenever they feel Petrov might?
You can never rule anything out these days.
Right, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm expecting some weird theory debate and whatever moves the computer deems appropriate, which could be anything. Whatever works.
Yeah, this is one line. There was also an incredibly bizarre line on my screen, well, your screen that I'm watching a moment ago, which after knight h4 said we can play bishop g4 and meet f3 with bishop d8, which I thought was very, very odd. But once again, the engine wants what the engine wants. It's very difficult in these types of positions to pin it down.
It is pretty difficult. All right, let's see if we have more action. Courts. Lutsenko Grigoryan is not the exciting structure or theory battle we hope for. Grigoryan played a6, fashionable move. We've seen this, I would guess, even during this tournament.
At least once we had this, yeah. Maybe even more. Yeah. At least
Jordan's game, where Jordan played queen f3 here. Not the only legal move. Let's see how familiar Kirill is with the intricacies of Carlsbad structure sidelines.
Black somehow already had the pawn on c6 there, no?
Maybe black c6, e3, bishop d6. Yeah, want to keep this knight e7 option. That's
yeah, because knight did go to e7. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how that happened. And by the way, we've been sort of ignoring it, despite it being obviously one of the highlights of every round here. But what Hans is doing today is really somewhat surprising, because I haven't looked at this in forever and ever. But isn't this supposed to be like borderline unplayable?
So basically, he's playing the Berlin, and White is saying, you know what?
I mean the Berlin, yeah. I mean the slightly later choice.
How do you feel if I at least tease the possibility of a forced draw that we might have seen once or 100 times in recent online events, online and offline? Right? Yeah. This has been sort of one of the go-to ways if both sides want to draw and are not too worried about upsetting the tournament organizer or spectators. We've seen this game 100 times, and it is so popular because in order to deviate for either side, you have to take some risks which were considered inappropriate. And Hans is doing one of these things. Instead of going knight bd4, he goes d6. I should mention that if White chooses this, he still has the option to play a chess game here. He's not better, but after d5, you can take and now play this close to your heart and say, I want to play the structure for clear reasons. But for Black, as it should be, it's a bit harder, and he plays d6.
Yeah, e6 I think
would be a good move, if not for e6.
Specifically, White was never really supposed to be particularly great, at least in my understanding.
I checked this in the old days when computers didn't hate it so much. But basically, I think knight d4 followed by f4 is just supposed to be dangerous. Then again, Hans will be familiar with this, and he will have put in enough work to either know that he survives or at least taking a calculated risk, saying, okay, I might be worse here, but he might not know details that much, and we get a game. We'll see, because I think it's some very direct stuff. No? Was this? I can't remember what best play is supposed to be.
It's logical, yeah. And then, yeah, it looks like Black is often just planning to return the pawn by allowing knight takes e6. And if what White has is really only winning the pawn back, then honestly, these positions they don't look horrible. Some kind of an endgame like this looks very manageable.
Your winning chances are here, but play continues, which is already better winning chances than play not continuing.
Yeah, compared to a 2-minute 10-move draw, this is infinitely preferable in terms of trying to get the game. Somewhat interesting timings here, because even after a slight pause after 95, Morley is still on 127, where it's Hans who burned through about 10 minutes here. I guess maybe he didn't expect such a kind of a blatant, would you like a draw in an open tournament?
Yeah, but if you choose this line, you will know something to play bishop 7. The problem is also from White's point of view. If you play this, in particular, if you're coming out to make a draw, then this is the one line that you will obviously check. First of all, it's not unknown. Secondly, you're pawn down. So anybody who even dabbles with or the idea of playing this will have had a look at this position. So it's hard to surprise White with d6, I would think at least.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. Who thinks and when f4 is a move, then Black is a choice. Where the horse he goes, take it from there. I was trying to go g6 here, but I did not enjoy the experience very much. Like f4, 97, f5.
Yeah, that's
something direct that
that looks extremely dangerous. Yeah. In the meantime, our Schliemann, Andrei Sipenko is playing as one of the more sort of central ways of trying to prove the White advantage, which is d3, but then not the quiet d3, but the more direct d3, where white just castles kingside and immediately picks up the central pawn on e5.
Yeah, the quiet move here is queen d3, I think, just covering the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Nuances with some subtle maneuvers, but this is more direct. We've seen this, Rajabov used to play this quite a bit, and I think this line in particular, he set some battles. But once again, this is all before Lila and NNUEs. I'm not sure how modern engines feel about it. My guess would be, if Andre chooses this line, which is also very direct, that they quite like it.
Yeah, and the engine we're using here is not the absolute state of the art, but it's not bad either. And it's
Stockfish 15.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly how.
100 course, but it's not a beginner either.
That's what I meant. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly sort of the same engine as the supercomputers are using. It's just not running on a supercomputer, but it's kind of hating it for black, which is not really a shock. You are pawn down.
This move in particular, I'm not sure. I vaguely recall having seen some bishop g5 debates here, which looks like an normal move, and then Rajabov get enough play to equalize, but yeah, bishop e3, it's peculiar.
It's peculiar, but it's also like such a great way to completely dispirit the black player, right? Because you play this line to have this kind of beautiful romantic compensation with your bishops on a6 and b6 being, the bane of white's existence. And if we talk about bishop g5, often in order to perhaps make the threat slightly more manageable, you will eventually have to take on e6, and then you have the two bishops against the two knights.
Yeah, stuff like this is what black more or less wants. He's not better either, but you could see some potential. No, that's what I meant, though. Whenever I look at the Yenish, it doesn't seem that exciting because it's hard to find one particular line that you're really dreaming of.
And here, yeah, bishop b3, if you don't take, white, I guess, just wants to take on b6 and play f2, f3, and that is extremely stable. It's not even forced, but I'm guessing even that will not be, machine will not be horribly in love with this, because this structure is just going to be, you're not really proving very much here as black. And if you do take on e3, yes, we've ruined the structure for white a little bit, but our bishop pair is gone. The rook will come to f4 and cover the e4 pawn for very much for the immediate and maybe even mid-range future here. Why are we supposed to be happy about being a pawn down here is very unclear.
We'll see if Aravind can back it up. That's the problem if you play sidelines against young top players. They often than not have put in you don't need to put in that much time. 15 minutes to click the first line and say, okay, this is 0-80. So it's a gamble.
Yeah, very much is. Well, we'll wait for Andrei's decision on exactly how he wants to proceed here.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Computer by now also really likes bishop g5, by the way, so it's not like this is the only move, but it seems like a good pragmatic choice. In Petrosian Yu Yang, we do operate in very Londony waters. Knight bd2 is considered automatic in this position at the top level. At the weaker levels, I still see the majority of games continuing c3, queen b6, queen b3, but here after c4. If anybody is better, it's black, so this is really not the way to play. The endgames are great for black, and queen c2, bishop f5. Some people like doing this because they have this automatic idea, but here really is slightly worse after knight h5. So don't do this, play knight bd2, which is also a much more exciting option. Point is that now after queen b6, you take on c5, and the game spices up, which I guess some white players are afraid of, but it's the way for an opening advantage.
Yeah, instead Yu Yang goes for something which is incredibly solid, but also really not that exciting, which is bishop g4, connected with the idea of immediately just snapping on f3 and saying my bishop on c8 was always going to be a bit stupid, so why not just get rid of it straight away?
It's still a bishop.
It's still a bishop.
Not sure if h3 needs to be played now. You could certainly make a case for c3 as well. Yeah, this happened.
Yeah, now the big question, of course, is can we keep the bishops on the board for white here for at least a while longer? Because if I have the bishop d6,
it.
Yeah, this is really not that poor, right? It's kind of manageable. Yeah, like you castle and then you start chasing that bishop, like
bishop d6. Doesn't look like very much.
Unsurprisingly, Yuan Yi is not going to be much worse. The question is whether he is just completely fine with this being a kind of a quiet post-rest day, or if he has ideas of perhaps spicing it up. But I think it's also
solution is not so drawn. No, you can just play it like you can decide later what structure you want, if it's e5 or cd4, and then play the good old Karlsbad. We'll see how Manuel plays. Incredibly solid as well.
It is very much, I think, in his court for now, because he, it's his determination whether he wants to take on c5 or just take on d6 and keep that structure forever. And very, very solid for both of them. Not the most exciting opening on our top boards.
And meanwhile, Kartikeyan is taking time, which goes against my earlier speech that white players will know this. No one's surprised by this. And I've seen him play reasonably quickly when he's still in book, which we've seen quite a bit. So unless this is just either a bluff or some familiarizing himself with theory, if he's out of book here, then Hans' gamble already sort of worked. Doesn't mean Hans will be better, but at least you don't get punished for what happened usually.
Yeah, having said that, really, play for white is not that difficult to figure out, because you generally play f4. Wherever the knight goes, your play very much revolves around harassing the bishop on e6 and perhaps just winning the pawn back. So queen e2 is not like you will have kind of fail safes here. One thing that maybe is worrying him a little bit if he really hasn't studied this is maybe a bishop g4 specifically.
That was another thing that didn't quite work, but I also recall. That's the line with queen e1. And now there was c5 or some weird stuff.
Yeah, because I guess if the knight goes somewhere, queen g3 might be. Oh, we even can just chase the bishop away. The bishop is not very safe. So if he's pausing, my guess is maybe he is pausing because he hasn't looked at bishop g4 and hasn't looked at this line much in general, and he's trying to figure out if he needs to be afraid of this or not. But I still feel that the overwhelming likelihood is he gets there, just because you can't really pause in this position. You can't really give black time to just castle.
No, I'm not saying he won't play f4, but it still helps to know, okay, this is a safe advantage. This is equal, whatever.
Of course,
White does have some options.
Yeah, in the meantime, and this is the Moscow, right? We always have the discussion on air, and I always ask you this question. This is the Moscow, and the anti-Moscow is the other one, right?
No, this is the anti-Moscow.
This is okay. The engine, for some reason, really hates this for white. It seems like what you're doing is quite logical, but
let's see. This is known. So is bishop e5, rook h6, queen c1. I think rook g6. Probably also known. I'm trying to recall what was theory back then. Was there some bishop, some direct knight g4? I'm not sure. Rook g6 played, queen e3. Begging for knight g4.
Yeah, not the engine's first choice, but Anton is also on basically the starting time, considering that he also, likes to walk around, and I suspect probably still smokes. 1:28:29 is probably just him taking a smoking break at some point. The machine is really not in love, specifically, I think, with his last move there, which is a very thematic thing to do in all of the anti-Moscows. It looks a bit weird at first glance if you're not familiar with the structure, because it looks like you're allowing b4 followed by c3, which generates quote-unquote protected passer very deep in your camp.
This I've had some bad experiences. It looks nice, but it's a bigger factor that this bishop is dead and your king is not safe anywhere. I'm not sure how bad it's doing. I can see the computer says 0-0, but in general, given alternatives, I would try to avoid this.
But the engine suggests that currently you can immediately start kind of, as I understand it, playing against the d4 pawn by either starting with rook d8 or starting with f6 and then rook d8. And if you go rook d1, I guess the big point is if you go rook d1, now we can play b4, knight a4, and it still doesn't go c3, even though knight c5, it does maybe. But you can also go e5 immediately. Yeah. So basically we've lured the rook to d1 and it's vulnerable there.
The lines are still in the same, but the computer does like black here based on moves like bishop a6.
Yeah, all of this is obviously extremely messy, but
even this, if I wouldn't be told. I wouldn't exactly be sure who's better and why.
Yeah, I think I'm liable to take white here, because like we can play 45 and have our own very strong passer pair in the center. But I guess the knight on a4 just never returns into the game because the evaluation on our screen here is -1.5. White does a pawn up in the meantime. White does a pawn
connected passes.
Yeah, it has
center.
Yeah, like an e5 f6 connected passers. So yeah, anti-Moscow is a line that does definitely produce more than its fair share of extremely bizarre positions where you wouldn't guess what the deviation is.
What's the old theory? These, I don't know, Grishuk kayaking games.
This line I know really poorly. This particular subline was not what I was aiming with black, what I was aiming for with black. So yeah, if you can't remember, I'm not going to be able to help you.
I guess it's 41. Not 100% sure. What else do we have? Kartikeyan still thinking. Aravind blitz into this position. And Andrei is taking his time once again. My claim that everybody knows everything on demand all the time might have been a little exaggerated. Because half an hour is a bit long to decide between which of these moves are good.
Yeah,
I know are good. I'm going to play. So maybe it's just a brazen young man, and he probably knew the computer likes this for white, but isn't into details.
Yeah, without too much detail. Yeah, very possible.
Okay, it's not beyond him to play bishop e3 or one of the moves anyway and be better. So it's not a disaster.
Absolutely. The Carlsbad is going in a kind of an interesting direction because Kirill chose to keep the bishops on for the time being.
Yeah, I think this is fairly standard against the early. Knight f6, and you could have a debate who won time here and why. Black got the bishop here, but he's pinned, so it's not that simple to break out of this.
So if we go a direct tempo for tempo comparison, black is tempo up because a6,
a6,
yeah, but the bishop is on d6, which is not normally where it gets developed to if you play bishop g5. Yeah.
Here you would usually play bishop e7, so you can play bishop d6 and a6 in one go here, or bishop e7. The comparisons. So black tries to justify it by going bishop e6 and then knight bd7 and potentially putting the queen on c7 to step out of this pin. Here, my early upbringing was bishop e6 always bad because of f4, and this bishop is loose. In practice, okay, of course it depends, but this f4 plan, it's so committal that I always had second thoughts. Well, I don't mean this position in particular, but if they serve a6, play some later bishop d6, knight b7, I was always taught f. The computer still likes it, but you have to be very careful to keep things under control. Like once again, I don't mean this exact position, but this idea very much exists. And things can get very, very double-edged. So I'm curious.
Okay, Kirill already went knight g2, which is
you can play normally. That's less punishing. Now black goes for this knight bd7, queen c7, castle is h6. Have a look around. Just a Carlsbad structure.
Yeah, in the end, does the bishop actually return to f4? Or do we keep it on like the h4 g5 diagonal, trying to prevent knight f8, or?
It depends.
Well, against what you're outlining, let's say we go, I don't know, castles, queen c7. Okay, let's not blunder. Bishop takes h2 somehow.
Yeah, can go this. I guess I can castle. So h6. I've seen people go back to f4 as well, and I'm not sure. Even if we keep the bishop here, which isn't forced to, benefited from this little dance, because now the knight is somewhat strange on e2. I don't know. It's a lot of small nuances. With the computer, we will usually say white is better, but not drastically better, 0-30 better. And many people like to pay that small price to get a position that's not so theoretical, and we have some scope of moving the pieces around. As for move by move, I'm not sure here what the try and move order is. Knight b7 on the board.
Yeah, that move you always make. I mean, you can decide to play or not to play queen c7 very early, but the knight on b8 always gets developed to d7. So
yeah, it's the whole point of f4 to stop it. Okay, we'll probably spend some time also. We'll guess he didn't look at this particular position before the game.
Yeah, in the meantime, f4 played by Morley Kartikeyan and bishop e3 played by Andrei Sipenko, who timings do suggest that maybe he didn't know, but yeah, he is definitely a strong enough player to just arrive at one of the good solutions here just by figuring, using his head. Wouldn't advise, but yeah, like for those of us who have the option.
I wouldn't mind using his head.
Yeah, as the favorite story about Lasker goes, yeah.
What's that?
I will bungle it a little bit, but there is a famous story about a Lasker post-mortem against, I think, Tartakover, where basically they finished the game, which Lasker won, and his opponent said, well, you were better the entire game, and Lasker just turns the board around and starts improving on of his opponent and immediately equalizes, and the guy says, okay, I guess I was fine the entire game, and then the board gets turned around again, and Lasker says, no, I mean, against this I have this, and I'm better again. And
probably not a Lasker Capablanca story, that one.
No, probably not. The punchline goes, yeah, like at the end, Lasker says, well, you just use your head, and the guy says, no, you have to use your head for all of this.
Let's see some of the games we have not yet covered. Daniel Darda. How old do you think Daniel Darda is? 600 player. He's been around.
I feel like I should know. Like, I want to say 21.
Close.
19?
17.
Oh yeah. I had a feeling I was like overshooting it by a margin, but
people are young these days.
Yeah, at least some people.
Older people.
We actually had this discussion on air. I remember you mentioned that they just play h4 randomly in these types of positions, and this is what we just do. This is specifically just Dubov.
I think so.
Okay.
C2, C6 here. Yeah, we'll guess here, Daniel would very much consider this move.
Yeah. The point, I think, if we are to try to explain why it's being done, it's to sort of secure the bishop on f4, right, against potential g5 counterplay. If there is a point.
For image purposes, it's just cooler.
Okay. Fair enough.
Now, some deep points that I'm not smart enough to understand. But yeah, it would secure bishop on f4.
Yeah.
A5 is a thing. Sorry.
No, yeah. Well, let's talk about the Catalan, and then we'll address the very important chat messages that we just received.
Yeah. A5 maybe not the most classical option, but we've also talked about this. Computers like A5 in pretty much any position, doesn't matter where the pieces are. Grab some space here, and this has become more of a thing. And these very slow Catalans as well. Rook d1, just go A4. Now Darda is finally saying, you know what?
It's time.
It's time.
It's time to pull the
modern chess. Just push the pawns and see what happens.
Yeah, he pushed one, then he had to push the other one because h5 has a blunder of a pawn, so he had really no choice. And now both of his rook pawns are somewhat, extended to the fullest. So you'll have to probably make some kind of a piece move, which is going to be heartbreaking. But yeah, he'll make do.
Don't look too bad. Yeah. Now after knight h5, you can once again be fancy and play this structure and say, I'm very cultured. Your bishop is bad in c8. It could actually be better. I'm always worried that I might even be better for a while until I finally lose because I don't have the bishop pair and all these weaknesses. So it's double-edged, but it's a serious structure. And classically educated people like Gelfand are normally quite happy to go for this. And quote Rubinstein, somebody good.
Yeah, that does seem to be the topical way of playing this type of structures. So now on the topic of chat messages, we got two messages which were slightly split in time. So I actually kind of misread what we were being asked about at first. Bear856 says, "Hi all, have we heard about the Blitz yet?" And I thought, okay, this gives us an opportunity to discuss whether the format for the Speed Chess Championship is a little bit too vulnerable to the time-wasting shenanigans and whether it should be adjusted for the future editions. And then he clarified, saying, "I'm going to nominate Jan for Chicken of the Week if he didn't play." So I'm guessing he means the Blitz that happened here yesterday, which neither of us played. And I feel very fortunate that he wants to nominate you and not me.
It's quite a heavy blow to me, but I did not play, and I have no excuse for not playing other than didn't wanna. So yeah, I accept that nomination. As for the Speed Chess Championship final, it was pretty exciting. I wasn't watching the whole time live, but I was following on my phone. Carlsen versus Nakamura. Nakamura won by the smallest of margins. Congratulations to him. And no matter what you think about the time wasted.
Yeah, it's all very confusing, but
we're back.
We seem to be okay now, yeah. Thanks very much for our producers for dealing with the whatever problem it was quickly and efficiently. People have correctly identified in chat. The moment we mention time wasting, the stream dies. So clearly we have to stay away from that particular topic. And yeah, I absolutely agree with your original take. Yeah, whatever you think about letting like 3 minutes run out in a theoretical periods, things of the like. Yeah, first of all, you need to win the 5+1 section +4. And then you can maybe try to run out the clock in the shorter time controls. Yeah, Magnus perhaps have not made many moves as bad as Bishop C7 in that one game where I don't think I've ever seen him actually just put the piece on prees on move 15 with 4 minutes on the clock or whatever it was. But
yeah, he seemed a little off, but also I think people were expecting a close match and we got that. And yeah, we see what Magnus and Hikaru, frankly, were doing to other people who are not horrible. And Blitz like 21-4 versus Fabi 17-9 against MVL. I don't know what it was against Gukesh 21-7.
Yeah, Hikaru was
also had these margins in there. They're just so far ahead of everybody, which is pretty sick because people play online Blitz quite a bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I did feel that it may be slightly diminished from the spectacle, and you could absolutely discuss perhaps in particular because it wasn't the same day as the World Cup final. People obviously brought up sort of additional injury time and ways of perhaps making sure this doesn't happen to such an extent. But it was still
deciding when thinking is time wasting. Not, and then you add it to the clock.
We like one thing that chess obviously lacks is tyrannical arbiters making decisions for us, and we absolutely need to introduce this into the game. I
kind of like it that it's an added factor for potentially strategy and debate if it's sportsmanlike or not. That's very much the format. No, if you play with a set clock for 4 hours, then of course it plays into it at what point it's in your interest.
And I have to say I didn't watch the interviews very closely, but I think a very kind of a good measure of how things are is that I think Magnus complained precisely 0 seconds about it.
So
he knows
it's there. Usually he will also try to maximize his chances according to the rules, of course. So I don't think he minds. I mean, he probably wasn't happy to see it. But if you're behind in the match and you're sitting there for 3 minutes, I don't think anybody's particularly thrilled about it. Yeah. But I don't think he would consider that wrong. I don't know that. I guess it's one of those do you play on rook and 3 pawns versus rook and 3 pawns if you're winning on time, or do you not? There's no right or wrong, and I think the zeitgeist is more shifting towards you do whatever increases your chances to win the game, while 20 years ago it was considered more sportsmanlike or bad etiquette, whatever you call it. I think that changed a bit. But I think people just try to win according to the rules, and I don't see anything particularly wrong with it.
Yeah, and chat confirming that Magnus was actually just complimentary, and he understands the rules. He knows, and he we have
so he himself.
Yeah.
Like you. I mean,
we have seen him. We have seen him in recent times, just maximizing whatever the rules are. He absolutely knows how to do all of this stuff.
Yeah, and I think it shouldn't be confused with fair play. I think Magnus, in particular, is pretty fair when it comes to those things, like when Ding lost by disconnect, he would resign the next game and so on. I think that's just okay. I'm playing this game. I'm supposed to maximize my chances to win, and I do that within the rules. I don't see anything bad with it, but a lot of it is also what the current consensus is, what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed not to do. This unwritten rule thing. It's always tricky. Like in basketball, if one team wins by a big margin, then you're not supposed to take the final shot and score another 2 points, even though it's very much allowed. And there's always a fake debate when someone does it. Yeah, there's always these small things like
that sounds just straight up, but that's because I don't understand the culture and I wouldn't.
No, that's what I mean. It's random stuff where, depending on the culture, things could go either way. The winning team is not supposed to do it.
Yeah, and Los Cooper says, most shocking of all was Magnus saying he realized how much he loved Blitz when playing the Mr. Dodgy Invitational. So once again,
the amount of exposure Dodgy is getting is
very alarming.
It's very alarming, particular to viruses. Was this Rook D8 on the board? Jing Yao found the way to punish Anton, who I would guess mixed up something. This position looks very familiar, but maybe it was via a different move order, starting with Rook D1 or whatever. Because, mine is 142. Even if it's a sharp position, it's not exactly what you're looking for out of the open.
The engine was suggesting something earlier as well, but it is, I think, specifically, I want to say, some miscalculation connected with the move B3. Because prior to B3, it wasn't really giving white much, but it was definitely saying this is still very playable.
This still looks very familiar as well. Sure, there are games here. Anyway. You can go F4 according to CompuBoy. Not sure how bad it is to put some rook to the middle of the board. Computer's not in love with it. Computer says specifically F4 is the way to justify this. Okay. Korobov is very, very dangerous once the board gets set on fire. And Jing Yao beat Jordan van Vrees last round. We've seen he can play so far.
But there was one thing I will say is that was a very different game in spirit, because that was a game where Jordan just kind of misplayed the opening and got a very passive position where he basically got ground down in a technical endgame with zero risk. And whatever this position is, zero risk probably doesn't really enter into it very much. There will be risk for black here.
Yeah, sure. Especially if you don't have that much practice, I would assume, against players close to 2,700. Beating one usually is a good way to gain some confidence facing the next one. And with some confidence, he might also handle this better. I can't speak about psychology, but it certainly won't hurt.
Yeah, and the good thing for him, before we move on to other positions, is that once you've played before knight a4, and I think you generally, are very incentivized to play before knight a4, it appears as if it's difficult to make a particularly poor choice here. I think c3 is fine, e5 is fine, and even bishop a6 is fine, even though bishop a6, I think, is just a transposition into e5, because after queen e2, it just goes back into the same line and goes e5, d3, or this.
Also, this doesn't look exactly horrible. Let's c5, king f7. We have so many pawns everywhere. The knight is on a4. Could very well be winning.
And actually, I guess now that Anton chose the a rook, maybe, hang on, can we just take a look at this briefly? Before knight a4, let's say bishop a6, queen e2, e5. Can we go d takes e4? Like, this is now just straight up winning for black, right? d5, c3, or even c takes b3 now. Okay.
This is the tactic that is at the core of a lot of this stuff. I'm not sure it's obvious, but I think you can get there by calculating, because queen a6, queen d1, white obviously can't recapture.
And very importantly, we don't even have access to the move queen e1, which it wasn't really equalizing for white with the other rook on d1, but it was at least playable. Whereas having played rook a d1, queen e1 just loses immediately to queen takes d1 and then ba in the end, and like you're just dead lost. So in a weird way, Anton sort of committed himself to a more all-in reply to those tactics.
Also, I'm not sure how much of a choice Black has. I mean, I guess he could take and play this position more slowly, but then actually I don't hate this either. Particularly after Rook 81, where I don't have to worry about the Rook on the A file. I was gonna say then White's play is justified, but I'm not sure if that's true actually. Still, Silver double-edged computer doesn't like it as much as the B4 thinks Black has a big edge in this things. It's just slightly better for Black. But even if we play non-forcing moves, it doesn't look like White did great out of the opening. So something went a bit wrong here for Anton. Our boy Jules is back on the live boards. Oh, no, he's been on the live boards last one as well.
And already doing really, really well. This has not...
It's bishops.
Yeah, this has not gone particularly correctly for White. I've played this C4 line myself, but yeah, you're not really supposed, I think, to...
Of course he takes.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're supposed to take with the knight and then try to preserve, like, if Black doesn't go all out trying to capture that bishop, you, I think, are supposed to try and save it. And the somewhat naive approach that Krzysztof Sochacki is demonstrating here, even this is not so horrible, but he somehow chose to play really, really kind of slowly and
yeah, this I don't hate yet, but you shouldn't allow a6, b5. So
yeah, even provoking h6, I'm not a huge fan of. I don't really understand why that would be
Black.
Yeah, why that would be bad for Black at all. And
so here I was going for.
Yeah, opening d3. Yeah,
something might have gone wrong already. Fight it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm very on board with what you're saying. Yeah, this is just like straight up slightly better for Black with really no particular effort expended.
Also, you do all this to build this quote-unquote Maroccan grip. You gave up the bishop for it, and if you then let your grip be loosened, you really don't have much to show for missing the bishops and having fewer central pawns.
I'm guessing the idea is to plant the queen on b4 and claim that it's difficult to challenge, and then maybe we, I don't know, play against the b5 pawn, but that normally doesn't work out. Yeah, queen b8, rook c8, you start having issues with your pieces. Yeah,
it doesn't seem hard to play.
No.
So Jules in good shape. Draw between Andy Woodward and Aryan Chopra. Was this the theory? Seems like there was some almost smothered mate, but not quite.
Not quite, yeah.
This I've seen before. Knight h6, 3c6. Looks like they knew what they were doing. Yeah, and sometimes good prep with Black, or quote unquote good prep, means you have to. So that's what happened here, no?
Probably, yeah. Well, a kind of a. I mean, many of these moves don't really look very forced, but
I just saw it's the first engine line.
Yeah, it's a topical line, yeah. So yeah, one game already finished.
Will you try this, or you think it's too risky?
Nah.
It's 50-50.
It is a flip, but it's, not that kind of a flip, honestly. That discussion I remember with a friend once.
Friend?
Yeah, I know me with my not very humble brags about having friends. I had a kind of a very funny game against, I think, David Paravan in the Moscow Rapid and Blitz, where after, I think I was more or less lost out of the opening, and then he misplayed it kind of badly. And at the very, very end, I had a setup where I had the queen on a7, and there was nothing on the a file, and he had no real way to protect the back rank. And I played knight f2 check. And he did play rook takes f2, wait for me to play queen a1, and resigned. And I had this discussion with a friend who asked me if it's not better in terms of practical chances to actually go king g1 and check if I know how to play out the smothered mate. And
Depends a bit if you had more than 1 second on the clock and had to pre-move or not.
no, that was live. That was over the board.
Yeah,
And
I don't think there's a big difference.
yeah, honestly, I think you check if I see the long move. That actually is missable.
It's not that made.
Yeah.
Most grandmasters is something you learn within the first month of your chess education. It's hard to forget. No, it's very peculiar motives.
Yeah, but it's still, it
was
was an interesting conversation because Queen A1 is one move, and that whole sequence is like 5 moves in a row. But yeah, you absolutely check for Queen A1, but you never ever check for Knight H3, Queen G1, because that will happen every single time without hesitation.
Seen before. I have to run to the restroom, so we'll go on our first break. We'll come back with exciting stuff like Puranik having this position with 1:32 on the clock. It's nice to, surprise your opponent with computer stuff. Haven't think there. See you guys soon. Thank you so much for watching the show. Stay blue.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of Blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gukesh, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to the 7th round of the Sitges Open, where we have a lot of encounters between strong players, as is not very surprising in the 7th round of an Open position that caught my attention. Before the break was this one between Puranik and Racha Ritvik. Not a particularly pleasant spot, no matter what the material is on the board, to have a super sharp position where your opponent is blitzing all the way, while you have to sit there and figure out what goes where, what does go where.
I've no idea, but yeah, it's the usual spot, right? Where your opponent having 132 on the clock is not great, but it also probably means you haven't really made very many mistakes so far.
But you will.
But you will, yeah, because you're down an hour and it's impossible in a position like this. It's pretty much
This, for
impossible.
example, looks fun.
Yeah, until it no longer does. Yeah, like, apparently
White is winning.
Yeah, +3. Queen takes d4, bishop f4. By the way. Yeah, and this is somehow just, and it ends up very prosaically. Yeah, after queen f2 check, apparently we just win the rook on a8. I thought it was much more interesting, but we're not giving mate. We're just winning material. Anyway, this is not forced, but playing that position perfectly for black is just extremely difficult. And seemingly, you're supposed to just give up on the idea of giving mate to the king on g1, and you're supposed to switch to playing positionally, saying that the king on g1 is long-term not very safe. We do absolutely need to finish development, so let's start with bishop f4, trade on of c1 when the knight goes away from...
Didn't happen. He played the move that I think most people would play, and now he's apparently lost after queen g5.
Yeah.
Knight e4 blitzed out. Also not a particular surprise. This is a move you would check if you were checking this line. And I'm assuming checking this line before the game. I don't know, but does look like the Petrov is Raja's maybe main opening, and he ran into some highly targeted stuff.
And yeah, now you're, I think even calling this being a lot of trouble is too late. You're
lost apparently.
Yeah, you're just not going to be able to continue the game because your opponent probably continues blitzing until move 30. This really doesn't look immediately lost.
30.
Yeah.
Even this, if the material, it's roughly equal.
Not roughly, 10. It is equal, yeah. But you just get mated apparently. King g2, rook h1, and just like your attack is over and white's attack is just beginning. And yeah,
fair enough.
Those games don't happen very often, but when they do happen, it's a fantastic feeling for one player and like a really, really horrible one for the other because.
Although I've usually been good when I was more active at theoretical battles, so it hasn't happened often. But I haven't felt too terrible when I just got out prepared and made a move I thought was normal. Lost without.
Is rook c1 losing to queen e2 specifically? Can we just one second? Like it is queen e2, yeah. Okay. I found it without the engine, but I was very much informed by +4 on my screen. Because I think if not queen e2, I think this position is just fine for black. Like, what's the problem? Bishop f5, rook c2, yeah. Yeah, this is winning for black. I mean, bishop f5 is probably the move if we want to continue. But yeah, this is just
like this we would take.
Yeah, some kind of an endgame where we're maybe slightly worse, but okay, game continues.
Queen e2 is a bit painful. Yeah, and will usually be blitzed out or found because white will know this is plus a million. Yeah. It's in particular tough if you know a little something. If you know nothing, you will usually end up worse, but not like lost by force. But if you know the first couple of computer moves where your opponent just knows more, here clearly playing you something. If not, you don't go for this position and then queen d8, g3, knight g3.
Yeah.
But yeah. Bishop f4 is the way, as you were explaining when I interrupted, and the game.
Yeah. And still, yeah, it looks like white should be better because there's this, d6 square for the f5 knight for the future and so on. But yeah, the engine just goes knight a6 and, wants to play something like queen f6, rook f8, and claim that we're not that far behind materially. The king on g1 is never very safe. We did get rid of the bishop there. So even endgames might not be that horrible if we survive until some kind of an endgame. But yeah, but if you don't know, queen g5 just looks so much more critical.
You could smell a rat because queen g5 looks like you're better if you're not.
Yeah,
not worse, but
yeah. Unfortunately for him, I think the game is just absolutely over now. Yeah, absolutely over.
Good job by Puranik. So, of course, very nice feeling. You did your homework well. You don't have to sweat much over the board. Pick up a point. Go play some table tennis. What's not to like?
Yeah, this one is not particularly exciting.
The most exciting of ways. He went d takes c5, which we talked about, and then normal moves. But
Yeah, I guess his problem is, and it's like you were saying h6, bishop d6, but the way Yuangi played it, if you play bishop g5 there, after h6, you no longer really have any, like you just take on f6 here, yeah.
Maybe I'd actually choose this over what he got in the game. I don't think we can be worse here. Well, in the game, I think you start taking black maybe with the extra center.
I was going to tell you, yeah, that the structure is a little bit preferable, and if you, let's say you go 95, queen e5, c4, I mean, those positions are incredibly level, but if anyone is better, it's black. Yeah, you definitely like this knight against this bishop, yeah. Yeah. Van Funnel says, seriously though, how does it 2600 miss 94 with 30 minutes on the clock? It's not 94. What you miss is maybe queen e2 or maybe even knight, like maybe you missed knight g5, but yeah.
He didn't miss it, and black is not a 2600, but I don't know, to evaluate that this is winning for white, if you don't know or have incredible calculation prowess, I think it's far from obvious.
Yeah, queen f6 is not obvious, and also I think queen e2 is just so missable from afar.
Also this position, like okay, maybe you can tell there's danger, but if the evaluation was 0-0, I also would not be surprised.
Yeah, he's gone queen f5. I mean, also like even just realizing that knight g5 is so strong, I think like you calculate knight g3, queen f3, you realize you have at the very least good counterplay, and maybe even more, because the king is very, very unsafe on g1 there without pawns in front of it. It's a human thing to do, and also having burned through an hour getting here, you do start feeling that you must at some point start trusting your hand, because you no longer really can tank for another 20 minutes. You like, this is only move 20 and you will continue having to calculate. So eventually you just kind of close your eyes and make the move that is currently working in your head.
Yeah. No, if anything, the prep is good enough if you play such a sharp line and your opponent can expect this to happen over the board. It helps to be really into details.
Yep. Somewhat interesting developments on our top boards there. Yeah, this is the Carlsbad where.
Why would you go knight f8 and
well, I mean,
h6? Where's that knight headed? He wants g5.
Well, I mean, he got hit with knight f4, so. I mean, knight takes c6 is probably, I think, pretty much never great. The question maybe is
b7. Maybe is the question.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised which b7 was played here.
It's much more in the spirit of this line.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really know his pieces were going, and bishop b7 is an attempt to get back to some kind of normal maneuvering. But yeah, knight f1, knight f8 is already kind of not great.
Doesn't look ideal.
Yeah, we're not even threatening g5 yet. Like if I castle, I have to burn another tempo on moving the bishop away from e6 only to even create the threat of g5.
5 tempi up from your regular Carlsbad. Even this might not be lost, but it's not living the dream.
No, absolutely not. And in Hans's game, white made a kind of a weird move b2, b3 there after queen e2, knight b6, which. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is about. I mean, bishop c4, yes, it is a threat, but you can play rook e1, you can take on, like if you don't like any of those, you can take on e6 already. It's not like you will be worse or anything.
You played b3. Hans apparently could have played bishop d7, which looks a little ugly, but you're a pawn up. And if you manage to do this and this.
Yeah, if you get to castle, I think I'd be interested. But what he did is also, I guess, fine, because he knows that these types of positions are kind of okay, and b3 is clearly not going to be the most topical thing in the world. So we are probably just playing something that he's seen where white burned a tempo on nothing.
Yeah, so far his slight risk-taking, if it is that maybe. There's a lot of work on d6 and knows it's fine. Seems to be paying off. Kartikeyan behind on the clock, although Hans now started taking some time too. And computer says minus 0.004, which means equal, but stuff to play for. Pretty good.
Yeah, the Yenish is Yeah, it feels like Andre did not play it in the most precise fashion. Yeah, first of all,
F3, not F4,
Mhm.
which apparently is a little too subtle. Take the knight c5 hurts.
yeah, but you do have to expect d6, which is what Arvind played. And yeah, I don't really like this setup. Rook f2, rook f3, knight f2, allowing knight d7, knight d5. That's like Black is just completely abandoning the idea of equalizing the material for now. But this is such a fantastic square for that knight, and f2 is really not where you want your knight to be. Probably connected with some kind of a miscalculation, the fact that he didn't play rook f4, or maybe he didn't like d7, d5 or something. But yeah, this looks a bit too timid.
How confused is knight f2, but no, it's a very different position.
Yeah.
With Black having committed to d5.
Provoking d5, if it doesn't actually win material back, provoking d5 is an achievement for white. Because you eventually will get to undouble your pawns by trading on d5. It'll be better.
All right. Let's check back in with Korobov.
He's fine now.
Black went for this, as we've seen, and played b4 as well. Is this what happened?
Yeah.
Knight a4, e5, went queen to c1.
Yeah, this is actually an improvement, yeah, because it's just a better square than e2.
To punish it was queen e6, allowing knight c5, which I can understand you're reluctant to do.
But now the bishop is not on d6. There's a massive, massive change because we've also locked out the bishop, which would have been on d6 in those other positions. Yeah, for me, I think queen e6, the reason you don't play queen e6 is maybe not this position. I think it's more that you're not sure about d5, because after d5, I assume you have to just play like c3 somewhere and ignore the fact that your center is being disassembled.
Yeah, whenever this knight gets stuck without the deep one. He seems to think Black is doing excellently.
Yeah, like the position after ef queen f6, I think you can be excused with Black for not really being all that certain you're doing so great. But the engine just says we're kind of borderline winning here after queen f6, e7 for some reason. I'm guessing with the intention of playing queen a7, c5, yeah.
Okay, it's very computerish.
Yeah, knight c5, bishop c6 as well. No, this is completely impossible to find.
Fair enough.
Just completely and utterly impossible to correctly evaluate. So he went e4, which is an understandable way to kind of keep things under control, and now queen f7. He is still, according to the engine, doing completely fine, but it's not the
endgame we don't want.
No, we're keeping the queens on as white. Yeah, the queen has to go somewhere. Currently preferred square is d3, which is not a surprise. Yeah, kind of blocking. This is now very much a mess, which could go absolutely either way. The engine
betting against Anton here.
Yeah, engine still likes this for Black, but this is now a very, very double-edged position. The bishop on b7 kind of needs to be included in the game.
There we see Korobov having a look around.
Yeah. One of the more colorful people on the circuit in every way, and just a very nice guy. Like I actually, slightly cheer up whenever I see him, even on screen, even when I don't actually get to say hi to him. It still is just an improvement in my day.
Do you think if he pretended to be Hans Niemann's older brother, people would buy it?
He needs to a change of wardrobe.
Yeah.
But
it's all right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe.
Tabatabai has gone for this structure, which, yeah, we talked about briefly. It feels like this for white, but I think with Black, you also don't hate it because there is potential to be better. You don't get crushed because your bishop gets stuck here. Structure is very, very committal from white's point of view as well. So yeah, I was always reluctant with white. As mentioned, computer thinks it's fine. So it's very much a matter of taste.
Yeah,
These kids.
if only Black had some way of somehow dealing with the issue of having that bishop on c8. Like for the longest time here, I think the full extent of your here would be to put it on e8. Yeah,
then you're fine.
Pretend that this is a
F5 crushing
a massive improvement. But yeah, if you could imagine this very same position, but Black somehow playing bishop g4 takes f3, you sort of instantly take Black massively because
or bishop takes c2.
Yeah, very, very fair point. Very difficult to argue against that.
Jules is not in the b5 camp.
We can still do it here. Yeah, he hasn't really.
Knight d7, bishop c6, queen d3, knight d7. This still works apparently.
Yeah, but he did give white some time to stabilize. Yeah, and knight b5 maybe is a little bit over optimistic, but you do have knight d4, which is a serious move. And yeah, even this I think is completely fine, but maybe he could have been slightly more.
1 minute to look forward. Vicious. Was expecting.
Has Chuki's game already been looked at? I'm not sure we have him on the live board today because he is on 4 out of 6. Yeah, he's on board 25, so I don't think we'll have an opportunity, unfortunately. Yeah, he is sitting next to Jordan. Jordan is on board 24 and Vasil is on board 25 today, which means that this is just out of our reach.
Sorry. Yeah, and Alexenko Gregorian, things proceeded, I guess, as expected from where we had it. He wants to threaten g5, so he had to move the bishop back. Expect.
Yeah, now we go bishop g3. I guess Black goes knight e6 because, yeah.
Then we have a choice. We want to leave it here or if we want to say. Congrats on all your maneuvering. Have you achieved that much with bishop e6, bishop c8, and having a knight here? Not sure. To be honest, this looks nice for
yeah, and
for white.
Also just completely ignoring it also doesn't look. Just playing something like knight a4, rook c1, or what have you. So yeah, a very decent outcome here for Kirill, who I'm guessing played 1d4 specifically because he noticed there's d5, e6, a6 happening. I have a feeling this is probably influencing his decision to open with 1d4. Should be quite happy with how this came out. They're playing very, very slowly, but we have seen both of them, I think, do this in pretty much every game. Kirill certainly, and I think Karen as well, likes to delve deep into the mysteries of the position he's playing. Very.
Petrosian, after the slightly unsuccessful opening, now, yeah, I think switched to equalizing mode, went for the capture, start with rook ft1, after rook ac8, went c4, which, yeah, we debated briefly. You would take black, but it's not like white should be in any serious trouble just yet, right?
No, it's sort of okay, yeah.
You can see them on the upper right screen. Manuel Petrosian in the black hoodie and Yu Yang-Yi rocking a suit, dressed up.
Yeah, I think he generally is very dapper.
You think it's his own suits, or does he get suits from a Chinese generation?
I think they're his own suits. I think he is just a very
dapper,
fashion-minded person.
I have no idea.
We might actually have been lying to our viewers regarding Vasil's position because he is have a kind of a strange policy here on which games are being televised and which aren't, but okay, because it is apparently being transmitted on the tournament page on Chess24, so I thought maybe we also have it, but no. It's some kind of a Catalan, which I think he has an enjoyable position somewhere around move 20, but if we don't have it, we don't have it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Not much to be done about that.
Niemann has reached an endgame. In the meanwhile, went for queen d7. Computer not in love with queen d7, really prefers queen e8.
That's interesting, actually.
Now you are slightly worse. I guess computer doesn't hate the endgame, he just wants it on better terms after moving this bishop. Here,
we can actually take on b5. Yeah, queen d7 did look like it was a very kind of a conservative choice here, because now takes. We can. I thought knight d2 was very logical, but the engine for some reason prefers fighting for the e file. Okay. Stopping rook f5 specifically. Yeah. Okay. As usual, whenever you see a somewhat weird computer move, if you dig around a little bit, you can probably find a way to describe it in human words that will be understandable. Yeah, I was pretty sure you just developed
open file.
Rook to open file, yes, but you would like to connect rooks and you would like to start developing the queen side as well. But stopping rook f5 is, I think, a very, very understandable idea. And also on a similar topic, waiting with knight d2 so that maybe in the future have the option of developing it to c3 is also quite a beneficial thing here. Yeah, for instance here, yeah, like it's just a better square. You do have to wait until bishop f6 though, because if you do it straight away, you will run into bishop f6, and that is not always very comfortable. So yeah, if you think about it, I guess rook e1 makes perfect sense. I still don't know how easy it is to make that move, considering that it leaves the opponent at 4 unprotected, and you just generally, it looks like a quiet enough position where you just don't want to calculate and try to be maybe in your mind slightly artificially precise.
We'll see how Kartikeyan feels about it.
Down 20 minutes with the position is now pretty safe. Yeah, after queen e8, I think he would have been faced with a more difficult decision.
Faced with a difficult decision. What game to put on the board? Maybe chip arena. We haven't seen this for a while. No, I guess it's
this is
standard structure.
This is a very typical situation for this line where black played c5, white met it with c4, black played d4. The light squared bishops have come off. And when this happens, king f8 is just it's legitimately stronger than short castles, because very often you play rook h8 anyway in the future in these types of positions, just to make sure no sacrifices against the h5 pawn are ever available. So your castling by foot here is actually saving you time rather than losing you time. Black is still struggling to, play these types of positions for a win. The one kind of a drawback for all of this for Ivan is that you would have to assume that, in particular with the way he's been doing in the tournament, I think he's actually not even on 5 points. I think he's on 4.5. Let me just check briefly. Yeah, he's on 4.5. His board is the first board where people with 4.5 play against each other. He definitely needs to win some games to be in contention for the very top prizes. And the structure of the tournament is kind of very top heavy. First prize is 5K, second prize is 3. I think third is already 1,500. And yeah, it's not difficult to generate proactive ideas here with black.
So you're saying you should try to win games?
Yes. I'm also saying this particular structure is not particularly conducive. Yeah. I mean, you can go, I guess, if white does nothing on the king side, you eventually go h4, rook h5, rook f5, and you pretend that you've achieved something. But even if all of that is allowed, I still don't quite know how you're going to win. I think the answer there is just like you make 80 moves and eventually your opponent gets tired and starts making mistakes. And maybe you can combine something on the king side with some nice timed a5, a4, even though it's often a5 is just met with a4, because the pawn on b3, I think, is quite easy to protect if you need to protect it. We'll see. I think it generally is just very level.
enough in the Robov game. E6 on the board. It's like a pretty decent move. E5, always have F5, so nothing to worry about just yet.
Yeah, I think he wants to play C5 and he wants to not blunder knight takes C5, queen B5 check in response, which would have been a bit of an annoying tactic here, immediately letting white very much back into the game. Now we will have queen C6 in this position, which is an obvious improvement. Yeah. In the meantime, Warlick Artikayan did something that I thought wasn't all that great. And we actually discussed it a little bit on air. After some thought, he actually went knight c3. Yeah, it's still fine, but it really feels like you are trying to equalize a position which is maybe slightly better for you.
No, same could be said about a4.
Yeah,
it's d5.
Very much in keeping with how he approached this game in general. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a common thread here. But the knight on b2, like fianchettoed knights, are generally not the best pieces in the world. Yeah, black should be fine here. The question is, the question is whether black can actually start playing for a win here. D3, yeah, as Jan is saying, D3 is a perfectly nice square for the knight. In fact, yeah, Hans take on b2 goes rook e7 instead. Says your pieces are now slightly tied up. If you want to get the bishops off the board, please improve my knight's position. There was a question in chat about these types of structures, so we can address it actually now. Is b5, b6 ever an idea in these positions? I think you need to be a lot more active for it to ever work, because yes, structurally, yes, I understand the question. You want maybe to create a weakness on d6, but it costs you a healthy pawn. So you're definitely not doing it when all of your pieces are on the back rank.
No. 7 more tempi, but yeah, you're not getting those. It's like black is slightly to be preferred, comparing against zeros with all kinds of moves, but none of them look like great fun, like knight c3, you see rook e3, you have to return, rook e2, you have to go
f2, and this somehow holds, yeah.
Somehow you're not worse.
Yeah, I think a major reason why you're not worse here is that the rook on a8 is tied to the protection of the a7 point. If after rook f2 black could safely play rook a8, you're probably not having very much fun, but rook takes a7 does alleviate much of
But that apparently something. Rook f2 was probably it's also
still a draw, yeah. You're not better even here, despite seemingly having won an important pawn and threatening the entire structure. But yeah, after knight g4, black has enough active counterplay to not be worse. But as mentioned, this is maybe not the most critical try from Morley, but he should still be in time to keep things under control. We'll see.
We will.
Yeah.
Alexenko decided not to complicate life unduly, took on e6, which looks
also fine,
direct, but these positions, you play queen b3.
Yeah, he provoked rook a7, which I think is very understandable, kind of creating a Morozevich rook on a7. I mean, it's slightly unfair to, the vast body of quirky and interesting ideas that Alexander produced in his lifetime to call this the Morozevich rook. But he, I think, was one of the earliest people to use every opportunity to play rook a7 in all kinds of Slav positions.
Yeah, I'm not sure if white has anything in particular here.
Yeah, you have a bit of a pull, I suppose, but yeah, like black always goes a5 here, and yeah, if you play a3 before, then the rook on a7 will be completely perfectly placed. Yeah, feels like you're not really trying for the most. Yeah.
No, I think you want to keep more pieces on the board, because then all your plans get a little in strength. His knight looks decent, but also standing in the way of his own bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a matter of taste, but it doesn't look like you're just getting.
Yeah, and in particular after
much
knight
here.
d7, you like with a knight on a4, your f3, e4 plans they don't look like they will be winning you the game very much. And
you're asking for trouble, like some b5, c5,
Mhm.
or whatever.
yeah, and the minority attack, black, I think, is actually positioned reasonably well to meet the minority here. So
You can't keep shuffling. So
Hmm.
there's nothing. I'll have a look around, but he just went knight a4,
Mhm.
so it's probably not his intention. You want to go knight c5? No, it's just looks very small for black.
it does.
Xian Yu Yang Yi simplified a bit.
Yeah, interestingly, the engine seems to suggest white has done something kind of wrong, right? Because it's no longer zeros.
It's quite happy.
Hmm. I think it's mainly just to do with the fact that the queen on e5 is just so much better than the queen on e2.
Yeah, and this bishop doesn't really do very much.
Yeah, like for white to be completely fine here, I kind of feel like it needs to be on f3, right? Controlling that on f6 much better, not being in the way, like opening up the d file to perhaps start some kinds of trades. So
yeah, h5 was played.
Yeah, understandable decision.
I guess you go h4. Never sure.
Yeah, you're also not ecstatic about giving black the g4 square for the knight. Yeah, once again, you would be much happier playing h4 with the bishop on f3. But it's not there, and it's going to take you a long time to try and reposition it diagonal here. There aren't really any comfortable ways of doing it quickly. Yeah, Yuan Giwili is definitely going to be pushing a little bit. This is still a 6 against 6, absolutely symmetrical structure. He is never going to be much better until something goes wrong, more specifically for Manuel. But yeah, it's a pleasant position to play.
Yeah, that's one of those. It's either equal or close to equal, or when it's better, it can be very much better. Always There's something direct happening. But yeah, it's not exactly board on fire either.
No.
Yasipenko corrected his rook position. It's knight e5. Now black
it
seems to be in business.
Yeah, you suddenly get a lot of activity because queen g5 might be the follow-up. And also the knights on f2 and c3 are just kind of mispositioned. Neither of them is doing very much at all. So whatever advantage we seems mostly to be gone here.
You say it has evaporated?
I could say that, but I didn't.
I'm surprised you didn't.
And I regret it deeply.
That's okay. Seems allergic to playing b5.
Yeah.
Still fine, his bishops and stuff, but I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, before is a kind of a double-edged move in these types of positions because it like arguably generates a weakness on the c4 square, but stopping knight c5 and in some positions also creating an annoying threat of b4, b5 because the bishop on c6 doesn't have very many moves is definitely worth something.
It
So
seems like pretty adequate.
But then we go rook a1 and we try to put the knight on d5 and pretend that we were planning all of this all along. And this is now
a lot of chess to be played. Yeah,
but it is somewhat. I think what Jules is trying to do here is he is trying not to give his opponent any concrete targets for calculation, but I think he is overdoing it a little bit.
If you have the chance to change the structure to your advantage, you should probably take it. The Marozzi bind. It's not called a bind for nothing. If you don't get this b5, and you can even be worse. Yeah, you mentioned b4, double-edged. Also, now white has the chance to put the rook somewhere. It doesn't look terrible.
Yeah, it's suddenly it kind of very much normalized towards the structures that you should be aiming for. Interestingly, the game between Firat Burak and Wayne Jones here is now I mean, it's still kind of level, but this is a line which has like extreme drawing tendencies and very often ends with the entire queen side just disappearing. It's the symmetrical c4, c5 line, which ends somewhere here, which really isn't supposed to be anything at all. But the Turkish player decided to kind of sharpen it up by giving his opponent a few tempi to do basically whatever he pleased.
The sequence of h3 and then to meet d5 with e4 is...
He's just being, I think, intentionally very provocative here because the structure is kind of boring, but he is not a boring player. So and neither is Gwen. So by sort of mutual agreement, they are now playing some kind of a reverse King's Indian where things definitely at least have a possibility of sharpening up.
Yeah. In order to spice it up, you have to misplace your knight.
Yeah, I mean,
so badly.
I wouldn't be doing it, but as sort of the viewers, I think we are very much in favor of this because this is a much more interesting game than I anticipated. Interestingly, e4 the engine doesn't hate. It's just specifically knight e2. Yeah, just go forward. Yeah, go forward. In the meantime, Abhimanyu Puranik is finally thinking. But he is thinking in a position which, as we know, is like +4 or whatever it is. We had this on the board. Knight e6, queen e6, bishop g5, followed by king g2 is just straight up winning. According to the engine. Might not be the only thing winning, but is the strongest option.
That's good.
Yeah. Somehow this is rook h1, queen f6, I guess. And it's still much better for white, but black is still alive, yeah. The bishop g5, it really, really hates black's position, but I meant early on. But I guess queen f6 after knight g5, and specifically like the line that Raja chose is low enough as a reply to knight g5 that it probably wasn't very carefully checked. And Puranik is finally having to calculate on his own.
Also, at some point, you have to trust yourself. No, you know it's +4.
Yeah, of course. No. He is not very unhappy about any of this, I would suspect, but at least he is finally working over the board.
Let's briefly check in with Adiban. I haven't seen his game yet.
Yeah, that has gone. Doing well. That has gone very, very badly wrong for Olivia Fatalieva.
Sort of a slow approach, but
yeah, seemingly like a very solid, very logical approach by Olivia here. But she is, as these positions go, this one is a number of tempi.
I hate the combination of a6, b5. I'm not sure how bad it is, but here you decide between bishop d7, knight c6, or
knight d7,
knight f6.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this being the preferred option, if one can make it work. Probably she didn't like this very much.
Yeah, and for good reason. But yeah, a6, b5 is really tempting fate because you're also making every single endgame very problematic because you're giving.
This bishop is not only not doing much. Now it's going to crush you. No, this is just bad.
Yeah,
really bad.
This shouldn't have been done. Yeah, bishop b2, rook a7. I mean, sort of understandable, but not great. Queen c2, rook d7.
The hand just wins this. Yeah. This is probably already strong and you played.
And you have to go a b5 here, but yeah, your position is just incredibly poor because you're never going to get any piece activity. Rook d2, queen c1 doesn't really help in terms of preserving your material. And those positions with the rook and two pawns against the two pieces are like endgames are straight up lost, and middle games are also sort of lost because you're just never going to have any activity on the king's side.
So you just don't get your pieces out. No, you're take rook d1.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue is that you're probably not even surviving to have those really, really bad endgames. Yeah, it even waits.
Any piece to any square.
It even waits. It does it in a very kind of a sadistic fashion. But even bishop takes d7, I assume, is massively, massively better for white.
More or less winning.
Yeah. This has gone very poorly for Ulvia.
Vapshanal
Yeah, not a
doesn't
lot.
have much.
Not a lot.
It's equal.
Mhm.
And Martin Kremer is a German participant.
Much better in a very kind of a classical Rauserish type structure where the pawn on e6 is going to be a kind of a bane of your existence. And also eventually very often your king on c8, which looks like it shouldn't be a problem, does eventually become a problem if white manages to, I don't know, play c3, bishop c2, rook d4, a4 or something like this. And it's shockingly difficult to stop, yeah.
It's interesting that this seems to be the common plan. I'm not much of an e4 player, but I see strong players. Usually very happy to undouble the pawns and just create targets for the pieces.
Yeah, the way you sometimes see the structures go wrong is the way we've seen in an earlier game, I think, in this tournament where Yu Yang was playing black, right?
Got before e5.
Yeah, and I think he could have tried this as well here, right? Like it's, and maybe this is actually isn't this just the Dubov line? Knight g3, h5, and we go.
This looks very familiar.
Yeah, I think there's like a million Dubov games starting from this position. But yeah, and this looks like this is the one you should be completely lost in the black, but in fact, the other one is just much worse.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. Although if you play this regularly, I think you will be making that experience. And yeah, Kremer put the pieces well. This is surprisingly just bad for black.
Yeah.
Your queen a5 was already crushing.
Queen a5 was
small
just
tactical detail. You can't go king b7 because the rook is hanging.
And if bishop b7, I guess we start opening stuff up. Yeah, like already a4 is. Yeah. I remember the sort of the earlier understanding, and because I used to be a Rouser player myself in my late teens, was I think specifically watching Sergei Dalmatov play these positions with white, where he would get some kind of position like this, and then he would very slowly like put the knight on d4, play a3, c3, bishop c2, seemingly do nothing for about 10 moves, and then the black position would just like implode. And I've seen it once, I've seen it twice, and then I thought, okay, maybe the structure is not that great because people just don't seem to be surviving against him, despite not really making very many mistakes that you can immediately identify.
Yeah, Kremer in good shape.
Yeah, Puranik finds the best way, so. We haven't seen this.
Just stopping by Jura Bailey. That seems to have a decent position as well. With some pawn grabbing.
Runs into knight d5, bishop g6, I guess. Yeah.
With danger.
Yeah.
Just bishop c7.
Just can't really do this more or less at all. So yeah, just a pleasant position. This was a kind of an interesting choice there in the opening by Garcia Ramos, because he played the exchange French and then immediately started playing it for a win. So kind of a mixed message there by...
I don't think it's a mixed message. I think this is a proper line like we talked about.
Yeah.
The other day where after knight f6 you go bishop d3, and these positions aren't that easy. And bishop d6, c4 is supposed to be the critical move.
No, but what I meant, like the previous time we spoke about this in this tournament, the ratings were the other way around.
Sure.
And this is why I brought this up, because if the higher rated player plays some kind of a line like this, either the exchange French or perhaps the, I don't know, d3, knight f6, d4 against the Petrov, it is clearly just them trying to get a slight advantage with like less theory to discuss. But when it's a 24-39 playing against a 26-12, you see an exchange French, you immediately assume this is being done to make a draw. But these days, it's just not true.
Could be. Also, I think most people also 24-39s are aware that making a draw by trying to exchange everything is not going to be so simple. We have enough classic examples of that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gurevich, Short, and so on. You name them. I would guess it's just his repertoire. Of course. And after bishop d6, you go c4. After knight f6, you play the other stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like something has gone a bit off the rails since then. Yeah,
good.
Yeah, this all looks logical. This still looks logical, but
G4. He did.
Yeah, bishop e3 already doesn't look
like setting, leaving the playing for an edge at least.
Yeah, the engine just
G4
goes.
is double edge. This looks much more active at the very least.
Yeah, it looks like you're trying, and here already. I mean, even though the engine still thinks he's completely fine, and the mistake came later, you do feel that maybe Black is making a bit of progress, and yeah, interestingly, even here, but you have to. By this point, you really have to switch to playing sort of sharply for advantages instead of trying to control the risks. Yeah, we'll see how it all comes out, but I think Vasif is quietly confident by this point.
Okay, let's check back in with our top boards. Knight went to d7, not surprisingly. Rook a1. Kirill is saying, okay, I'll keep my options open. Your setup is stable, but what do you do next? Which is a fair question to ask. Rook e8 is one more we can make. King h1.
H1 is a very mysterious little move, but I guess like it hints at some of 3, 4. Yeah,
show me.
It doesn't really look like you have very much of anything, but you also have to like determine what structure you want. As is often the case these days, the engine really doesn't hate the idea of playing b5 and c5, even though, like for me personally, it would have been a very difficult choice here because just like voluntarily giving myself this type of an isolani is not great fun. But I guess the point is, yeah, rook d7 in a position like this, and you just want to put the bishop on f6 and push for d5, d4 as fast as possible, and it maybe isn't even that bad.
Yeah, still not a dream from afar.
No,
and I think
no.
computers, well, obviously they're correct, but for them it's much easier never to lose that pawn because they never blunder anything. Well, as a human, to give yourself this permanent weakness,
Yeah,
can be a little more tricky.
yeah. I think for me it would be like an almost impossible decision if there are other options left, and there's plenty. Like you can continue shuffling. Yeah, a5 is fine, which is interestingly like you put a5 on the board, the engine starts hating it much more because I guess b5 c5 is now no longer an option. It's really bizarre how like a very natural move, which I wanted to suggest as well, like a6 a5 looks like a very, very normal thing to stop a3 b4 for the future, but
now white switches to this, and after c5 knight b5 is an issue. So
something like rook a7 a8 I guess is a playable move if you want, just to kind of put it on a slightly better square and see what happens. Maybe rook c8 in the future. Yeah.
No, not much happening. Kirill slightly better. I like what he did. Rook 81, king h1, keeping all his options open and saying, you decide.
Yeah, Yuengi's game continues being very slow, but still not entirely equal for white. You still have to be a bit careful because, like, I don't know, knight g4, e5 might in some positions become a bit annoying or something. You don't really have threats, but you also
very much keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I'm not sure Black actually has much in the way of direct ideas that you need to absolutely stop right this moment. You just kind of don't have a good way to simplify, equalize, and I don't know, just make sure there's nothing bad happening. The bishop on d3 is just misplaced, right? The more you look at this, the more you feel that it's just
should be here.
It's just not on its rightful square.
I won't get there. There will be issues.
Yeah. Morley Kartikeyan made a kind of a quiet waiting move there after rook e7, g2, g3, which the engine doesn't hate. It's a kind of one of the perfectly playable, sensible. I don't think you can make the move.
Proposition is to go back to c3 again.
Yeah, I don't think that is happening.
Are you worse here? Can you never be?
A little bit, yeah, I guess. A little bit. All of these positions aren't really that dangerous, but you do start having maybe to answer some questions. And he's down, not as much as I thought, but he is down 20-ish minutes on the clock. It's moved 20. Doesn't look like a very complicated endgame, but decisions do take them quite a lot of time here. Yeah.
So Hans got what he wanted, or I don't know if this is what he wanted, but he got a game, and I wouldn't be shocked if he won this, frankly.
Absolutely not. No. I think he pretty much never loses from here and wins occasionally.
Must be nice. Rook rook f4. They're taking their time here as well in Yespenko versus Aravind. Daniel Darda. Yeah, this is this structure we talked about, but black had to go or went f6, which right with h6, you're never thrilled about.
I'm not sure I like what Amin is doing here. I think this is becoming a bit annoying now. Let's say, I don't know, rook e1, queen e2, eventually maybe offer that trade. And
arrows.
And like all the arrows you're drawing here are on the white side of the board, because I don't think black really has any, maybe eventually get the bishop over to f7, but even that is, I mean, it's an improvement. Getting it over to f7 is something you would like, but
on CR on f7, I will have played queen e2 and then trap the queen.
Yep. The anti-Moscow is, I think this is probably, this is in white's favor. The fact that we actually established control over the c5 square and the bishop on b7 is still behind the chain.
So opposite color bishops, guy passive. You take white here now.
Yeah, you absolutely take white, despite the fact that you're still a pawn down. But the bishop on g3 is just so much better than the bishop on b7. And the king is safer. Yeah, this is very much trending towards Anton. Yeah, this one is going to take a while, assuming they just don't agree a draw around move 30, because shuffling will become tiresome for both of them.
Ivan's gonna play long game.
Yeah.
And Jules went for the f5 break. Didn't like the b5 break, but f5 he's okay with spicing things up a little. Yeah, not sure if with white you're too thrilled to go for this. You have to at least think about it very seriously.
Or just immediately abandon it and never really calculate further than that. Yeah, I think I'm probably I'm in this team. Yeah, EF would not be my first or second choice here, but then your options are
d4, e5. We don't want d5, e6.
Just drives it back. Yeah.
And with fire, I don't know, some random move maybe.
Yeah. First of all, this is an exchange sacrifice, but I think you instinctively understand that the exchange sacrifice is probably going to be quite good, right?
I didn't even see it.
Queen takes 7 wins, Exchange sacrifice then. But yeah, black I think just plays something like a rook f7 seems like a nice tidy move, supporting e7 further, perhaps meaning to play queen f8 or something.
Yeah, should be happy here now that he got a break.
Yeah,
has the bishops. Has more rating. Doesn't, he had more rating before the game, but it's a good situation to be in with more rating, specifically because you have stuff to work with.
Yes. There was something, Demchenko, I think, okay. I still don't understand. This is a full pawn, right?
Why was this pawn given to him?
Oh,
it's just a blunder.
Yeah, black just went 97 here, and now there's no pawn on e6.
That is not good.
No, that is not great at all.
So it's a fairly important pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very bizarre, seemingly one-move blunder. Like you never really know why people miss things, but this really does look like a one-move blunder.
It doesn't look like he miscalculated anything. This is not very
It's a piece, and the queen escapes very, very,
Unless
very
he thought this traps the queen, but it does not.
But it really does not, no. And honestly, even if I don't take on e7 and go rook f3 here, it's still not a trade you want. Well, this is sort of playable, apparently. Okay.
No, it looks like Warlow's missed is that the queen can now take the pawn. And Demchenko is going to win, as usual, until he loses, as he did yesterday.
Yeah.
But 97, queen e6. It's a nice surprise. No, you go for a walk or whatever, you come back and you say, oh, Ponzi.
Ponzi is useful,
It doesn't happen very often from a 2-4-60 player.
No, not at all. The Petrov, I assume, is heading towards some sort of a conclusion. A bit further down, actually.
What was that again?
Yeah, there we have it.
Here.
Yeah, just resigns because King G2 followed by Rook H1 is just going to win all. Yeah, but then we get mated anyway.
King wiggles out and wiggles.
So I guess you have to go like 97, King G2, Rook F8, but we can just take on D7 in the end. Yeah, because queen g5, queen g4, yeah.
To Pandora.
Yeah, game is just straight up over. And this is sort of what we expected once bishop 4 wasn't found, but yeah, obviously kind of regrettable from Raja's perspective, but this is what happens when you enter a very topical, sharp line and know much less than your opponent.
Life is tough, but even with this game disappearing, and expecting Adiban to win fairly quickly as well, we still have a lot of excitement, is maybe a bit strong. None of the positions are particularly exciting, but a lot of play left on the top three boards. Particularly 1 and 2 don't look like they'll peter out anytime soon.
No, there will be a lot of play there. Yeah. Is Hans not better?
Hans is also
a little bit,
some questions.
A little bit.
Still not too drastic, but the trend has not been White's friend here for sure.
I guess you would like to play rook fc1 and then king f1 and try to drive that rook away, but I guess you just go rook e3. Whoa, engine actually starts sacrificing to play rook d2, rook e2. Yeah, this is how you lose. Yeah. This is definitely how you lose a position like this, because now you have to like pull an emergency break, go rook e1, allow rook takes c2. And I mean, the engine probably still doesn't lose this, but you in a practical game, I think you do lose this with white now.
No, it feels like this, Kartikeyan is walking a tightrope here in the sense that not 0-10, but it feels like really one slight inaccuracy, and the suffering is very real. I don't like his chances. I like our chances to come back after the break.
We should still be
amazing at segways in the meantime. Go to Chessable, check out Anish Giri's Knight, of course, because then you don't have to play the Berlin.
Very true. I very much endorse that suggestion.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of Blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gukesh, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome back, everybody. Still blue in the face. Kirill Alexeyenko on the top board is looking for his 7th straight victory defeat. Not accomplished by many. You could argue Caruana did it against strong opposition, but even such a tournament, 7 out of 7 would be nothing to be sniffed at. Still a lot of work ahead of him, though. Karen Grigoryan didn't do anything stupid, just went for his sound reshuffling of the rook. Going on here. Rook c8 looks normal. I guess it's black to move.
Yeah. Bishop h2 and f3 does appear to be, telegraphing what you're planning a little bit too much. So now rook c8 followed by c5, even after e4. Yeah,
b5, c5, probably c5 directly.
Yeah, seems to be fine for black. I wonder if we could have done this a bit far. Like, why did we spend
bishop h2
on bishop h2?
Yeah. If f3, you get hit by b5, c5.
Yeah, the engine somewhat surprisingly, it very much likes starting with knight c3, which I assume, having played knight a4 voluntarily, you probably don't like the idea of playing knight c3 on your own. But
things have changed a little bit. No, I went to d7.
Yeah,
we went back here. Yeah, I guess it really wants to not have to worry about b5, c5 whenever we try to do something.
It does the same. I think the difference between having the knight on c3 and a bishop on h2 is going to be massive. Like if you play,
we never ever play f3.
Yeah, here we go knight e2, knight f2, knight f2, knight f4, and if you go rook a8, and then we play f3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, then rook c8, e4 is definitely like we're way faster than we would have been in the game.
Time.
Yeah,
c5 ed looks pleasant.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, seems like what Kirill is doing is, sensible from a strategic viewpoint, but maybe not entirely precise in terms of move by move execution. And
then it's really not sensible from a strategic viewpoint. If you go f3, but you don't get e4, you just make black's life so much easier because any c5 gains in strength.
Oh yeah,
10,000%.
Yeah, benefits greatly from the pawn being on f3 and not f2. That's for sure. In fact, it's a little bit surprising rook c8 hasn't been played yet. Maybe he is looking at b5, which is a kind of a similar move, but really kind of forcing c5. Yeah, but I would also very much prefer rook c8 if it's playable. Even though this also doesn't look that horrible. And once again, f3, f2 would be a strong move in this position. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It potentially becomes quite concrete in the next few moves because f3 is a very committal decision. You do need to justify it.
Do you think, of course, Kirill is a strong all-around player, but maybe it shows a little bit that he's not a natural-born d4 player here? Because this is not a structure you ever get in e4. Well, to d4 players, this f3, you got to watch out for c5 is very much nature.
Yeah, he knows all that. It's just sort of exactly how to control it is perhaps something that got a little bit out of hand. But yeah, I don't disagree. I think it's a fair point. Hans is probably really kind of getting to be a bit better.
After he had to do a6 or a5, yeah?
Well,
but the rook's not getting exchanged.
Yeah, the rook, yeah. So Morley played c4, which I think the engine didn't hate. But then after rook e3, yeah, like if you have
one lets like out of the corner here, that was his own problem. But yeah, this
rook f1 is not very attractive either. Yeah, you can understand why he chose the other rook, but now he is going to suffer a little bit because, you want to play rook fe1. Assume, like takes, and rook b6, for instance. You're definitely not equal yet. Like you might make a draw, but
you have to start at. I can read this the first line, but also it feels very sensible to start thinking about getting a pawn and holding some sort of rook endgame like this, which not sure how sure anybody is to hold this.
No, I don't think you ever do this very confidently, but maybe you have to, because like if you play rook e3, you get hit with, some sort of rook b4, this takes, and rook b1, rook c1. I didn't even see this was an option. And you start really thinking like you might be lost. Once again, it's only 0-40 here, so the engine still somehow holds this, but yeah. None of this is fun. So yeah, it's very much continuing to improve for Hans move by move, and yeah, I'm not sure really survives this.
So the clock keeps ticking. Yeah, it's not going great.
Yeah, this is move 25-ish, so 9.5 for 15 is not really all that bad, but it's also not great. In particular, when you're kind of trying and failing to equalize, and problems do appear to be
and especially
mounting.
To make such decisions, one really needs a lot of time trying to evaluate.
Yeah, like if you're wrong about this, you're just completely lost. Yeah. But seems like you're just in time to activate the rook and start asking questions, and then you should be okay. But yeah, this is very touch and go.
Yep. Spenko, nothing's going on. Aravin is letting all his time run out, which you could argue if that's a good strategy. It's more 15, he has 4 minutes left.
Possibly the board is stuck. You have to mention,
possibility.
Yeah, you have to mention the possibility that we have a problem here, because really.
Also, that's the board that keeps getting stuck. No, it's the same board where we had Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Very difficult to judge from looking at the at position or not. But honestly, having played 97, I think you just go 95 here, press the clock, and
probably don't need an hour to put the horsey on central square.
It is just such a fantastic square, and all of your previous play was very much centered around putting it there. Like Queen e5 makes very little sense, and yeah, just play 95 and play. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. It's hard to tell. The Catalan is progressing sort of along the lines of what we were expecting. Yeah, this is just not fun for black. You can approach it in a number of ways. You can try pushing.
Once had this structure against Sergei Volkov, champion of Russia for the year 2000. And I did all the stuff that looked sensible to me. I put the knight on all the squares, but he sort of went f6, b6, and sat there. And I put the knight on all the other squares and kept sitting there. And then we shook hands. Like, it's not so easy to do something.
You're not winning, but you are supposed to be enjoying it slightly more than your opponent. But yeah, it's a lot more solid than it might look, because it does look sort of very, disheveled, and weaknesses like the pawn on e6 is not great. The bishops, like neither of the two bishops black has here is really doing very much seemingly, but you can protect all of your weaknesses and just wait. The anti-Moscow is heating up. I'm a bit surprised by the move e5.
Why do you do that? F5, what's his point?
I guess he wants to, this is very specifically f4, g4, bishop h4 winning material. So he wants to provoke f5, play f4, and claim that he gets there. And the reply the engine suggests here, I think, would indicate that this is a good practical try, because rook d5, queen d5, just abandoning the entire king side to play c5.
It's extremely logical, though.
Yeah, but also it looks like you're getting mated here, like, because queen f5, you're playing king e8, apparently. And allowing all of these checks and saying, these are just checks, I'm never getting mated.
Just to show the relative value of pawns with opposite color bishops. Give them all to get this guy working.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 absolutely needs to be in the game. How bad is it if you don't do it is, I think, the big question, because I don't think this is very easy. I think you can
a logical move. If we can't go g4, like, what do you do?
Maybe you don't play f5 then. Can we do something that is not f5? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I think in practical terms, e5 is a very solid choice here, because yeah, this is not easy. But knowing it exists, if you put the pawn back on e4 and go, I don't know, rook fc1 here or something, you're probably better, right? Rook fc1, trying to play, I don't know, rook f5, rook cc5, play h4, or play e5 then or something. I don't know. Just continue massaging, maybe. Interestingly, the engines actually do see it as an idea these days, right? Because the current first line I see on Jan's screen is very much the engine trying to go king g1 to b2, which is like a plan that used to be very much you know, the human thing, the engines didn't really do very much. But now, yeah, it just goes rook c1 and then goes king f2, king e1, king d2. Says I will evacuate and then I will play h4 and I will give mate, or at least I will attempt to do it.
They're good.
Yeah, they are increasingly good. Yeah, we'll see how Tingjin Chao replies to e5. He has a good reply, but I don't think it's very easy.
I think you can get there by elimination. We shall see. Demchenko has eliminated the e6 pawn.
As we've established, yeah.
Just convert.
Yeah, I don't think
you survive this ever.
No, you never do. Your wars everywhere. Eventually, the queen side will also get open, but before, no, this is not. You don't come back from blunder like this against a good grandmaster. It would be an absolute shocker if you did. Julie is making progress. Julie is, well, optically, seems to still be kind of playable for white after the very natural 95, but you definitely have progressed somewhere. Yeah,
that's scary. This construction is barely.
Yeah, the bishop on e4. The bishop on e4 is a little bit of a target. Like you have to have a good reply to 92. Whatever you do, like you need to first and foremost answer the question what you're doing against 92. But I assume the answers are available. And yeah, he is doing okay on the clock as well. So yeah, I think he has good chances today.
Let's check in with Chessable author Gawain Jones. Did courses on the King's Indian. But here, he sort of has a reverse King's Indian. Well, this knight is still silly, but other than that, white is still covering all the big squares.
Yeah, and arguably slightly ahead in the potential fight for the c-file with the doubling available to white but not to black. Seems like a reasonably balanced position, actually. This knight on e2 is just this knight on e2 is just so horrible. If it wasn't some kind of a normal square, you would maybe start picking white here, but it's not yet.
Some hopes for the future.
You do have to have a sort of an uninterrupted period of a number of moves in a row.
How's Adiban doing? Yeah. The author, of course, is on 1b3 and 1e4, who plays 1c4 every single game.
Traitor.
Today it went well.
Yeah, today
it's no longer. It's for opening, it's a bishop d2 Nimzo. Yeah. We have strongly condemned this a6 b5 plan earlier. Doesn't look like there's any coming back from it.
No.
Maybe there's no direct.
Yeah, rook b3 is a bit of a weird one because after queen a4, it does look like you might have to play rook c3 back, or maybe he wants
even
this.
If you play any.
No, you're still winning as long as you don't blunder anything. You're going to be winning for the rest of the game. It's just a very, very sad position to find yourself in here. Yeah, and you also can't simplify into anything because every endgame is completely hopeless. So yeah, he's doing really well. Garcia Ramos against Durabaili has become very sharp and also just bad for white, right? Because you can take on f2. Yeah, I was wondering what
this work
takes. Yeah, just go d8. Yeah, claim that we're a pawn up and also have a lot of threats like queen d4, queen h4, knight d5.
To refute all these claims.
Yeah. I mean, if rook f2 is playable and there is no immediate refutation, you just know that black is doing well because Vasif is already a pawn up in the current position. Yeah, it's a second one you can pick up.
Yeah, Garcia Ramos wasn't ready for the infight. Didn't play for a draw, as we mentioned, but did not go well for him.
Nope. The Rouser has...
What's going on here?
Yeah, somewhat shockingly, black actually made some progress here. You often still get mated on the queen side, but finding the things to do in the center, actually taking on e4 and surviving is often how it goes. Okay.
Free pawn also nice.
Yeah, it looks like white didn't really stabilize as much as you would want to stabilize. And yeah, this position you can definitely imagine black not doing too poorly, because like if I get to play d5, king b7, f5 or something.
Whereas computer selects it, just goes a3, d5, rook t1. You worry about nothing.
Yeah.
But the eye test doesn't.
Unclear, yeah.
Confirm that. So
Unclear, yeah. I guess it's as is often the case in positions like this, it's all about the king safety, and the king on b1 is always going to be the safer compared to the king on b7. But yeah, looks very, very playable for black all of a sudden.
So Le Mans. Kirill went d4 even after rook c8. So he probably has something in mind after this c5, which is screaming out to be played.
And in the meantime, we were absolutely wrong about the Sicilian in Ivan Cheparinov's game.
No.
Because that one actually did wrap up. They decided not to shuffle forever and drew.
Then you went wrong. You said it's hard for black to play for a win.
And then I very happily agreed with you that it will last, but it didn't. They actually reached move 30 and immediately agreed to draw the moment it became legal.
I'll take the hit for that one. Yeah, doesn't seem Ivan's tournament so far.
Yeah. And he will probably have to sort of win out from here, because he's not really setting the world on fire too much. That's actually not very true. He's on +3 with 3 rounds to go. The leader is on +6, but okay, that's a bit of an outlier. If he gets 2.5 out of 3, he gets to 7.5 points, which probably is a tie for second, I would say. Shouldn't be enough for a tie for first, but should be a tie for second, I assume. 2.5 out of 3 is not guaranteed, but like it's a doable result for a player as strong as Ivan.
I really don't think +5 gets you a tie for second in a 400 players tournament.
Maybe not. We'll see. I'm not very confident about that. But looking at how tight the field is and at the top, there's already one person on +6 and one person on +5. Maybe I'm just wrong. Yeah, maybe people just easily outscore +5 here. We shall see. Interestingly, Karen decides not to go c5 immediately. Yeah, this one is. Yeah.
C5 looked like there was some stuff to be calculated, takes, and takes.
That's suddenly lost for black. Yes, so here you have to go e5, cd4, and that position was working out somehow.
Yeah, to this, you better be sure it does, because of, let's say, rook takes g2 here.
Rook takes g2, yeah. I guess it's very possible to miscalculate, but what he's done is just not great. I think sort of the counter argument is what you actually get if you don't go for that position is going to be very annoying.
And I have to apologize. I was questioning Kirill's d4 instincts for going for the f3 when he just thought about stuff.
Yeah, I guess they both assume that tactics don't work out after e4, c5.
But now it's just bad, isn't it? Unless this works, but
it probably,
assuming it does not.
Probably never does, yeah. Shockingly, the engine even goes knight c3, yeah. Like even knight c5 is not, like both knight moves, as long as you don't allow the trade.
Just pick up things.
This is completely lost. And even this seemingly works, because queen d4 once again, I guess bishop a6 is just winning, it just collects stuff.
Not directly.
Yeah, just go, they take a6, b7 and go from there. Like just very, very unpleasant for black, whatever you do.
As usual, knight on b6, not great.
Yeah. The way to try to justify it would be to maybe try to simplify with bishop c4, but the resulting positions, despite more material coming off, is just very unpleasant. Like even, let's say, takes queen e2 or whatever.
It's just bad. Yeah,
very well known as being extremely dangerous as a kind of a mild description, because we go e4, knight e5, knight e4, and then we double on the f file and we give mate kind of thing. And, it looks sounds simplistic, but it is how very many of these games actually end. You just get mated on the king's side. Did Jordan withdraw from the tournament, asks Derpanier. No, he is just not playing. No, he is just on board 24, and we don't have reach past board 18-ish, I think, is connected to DGT in this tournament. It's still very much in the tournament. We played before the rest day. There was a very exciting social event in the games room. I don't know. That game is for some obscure reason called sausage in Russian, but it's called something else in English. The game where like any number of people play table tennis around, basically running around the one table tennis table. And so this hotel has a number of for ping pong, but not a very large number. And like half the field was playing with their phones. And Ellen Nielsen was playing with some kind of a cardboard cutout the size of like 0.5 meter by 0.5 meter, which gives you such a huge, like striking area that she was consistently getting to the finals with that piece of cardboard, which was very impressive. Playing with the phone is tricky though. I thought I would do better, but it was somewhat underwhelming.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you get to do some partying.
Absolutely, yeah.
For the rest day. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Jordan was also, the reason I brought this up is that Jordan at some point showed up and also very happily took out his phone and started pinging and ponging and doing all the...
Doesn't hurt your phone? I guess these balls aren't that heavy.
No, yeah. At some point I tried playing a very kind of an aggressive smash type actual screen side of the phone, and I thought this might be a mistake, but no, it survives it quite easily in 2022.
Nice. Phones replacing everything, even table tennis rackets.
Yeah.
Were you a ping pong player in your youth?
I played a bit, yeah. I'm completely useless now, but I played a bit when I was a kid, yeah. It's a very popular pastime for chess players, with arguably maybe one of the strongest players among our tribe being Boris Gelfand, which is maybe not such an obvious choice, but he plays in tournaments like 3 times a week and has been playing in tournaments for the past, I think, 10 years. He takes it very seriously. So,
is Pirliko still playing?
To some degree, yes, but I don't think he's as active as he was when he was young.
The White's position here is not very active either.
No,
but he seemed to not be in too much trouble.
Yeah, you can even allow queen 6, knight f3 check. Yeah, like it's with the rook is gone, you're really just not getting mated at all. Yeah, the engine just goes queen d1 here and says, I will go king f1, king e2, and I will be okay. Often taught that queen and knight are a dangerous attacking tandem, but I like to bring up these statistics that I probably made up, but maybe I also read it somewhere, that queen and bishop actually score 52% against queen and knight. So it's not like the queen and bishop side faces a losing battle. No.
We're often, told the queen and knight, they combine nicely, which makes some sense. Queen moves differently than the knight, so they can cover a lot of ground. The knight is a good close range warrior. But bishops are pretty good pieces too. So
I think, as usual, these types of comparisons and general statements, they just suffer from like stats, but also the fact that I think instinctively you very often can tell in which positions it will be true and in which not. But it's always being made as a kind of a general all-purpose statement for all structures, where, of course, like in an open endgame where like there are weaknesses on both sides, the bishop will always be stronger than the knight, so that skews the statistics very much in favor of the queen and bishop. On the other hand, in somewhat closed positions where perhaps maybe your king is not entirely safe, you will actually pick the queen and knight.
Also, if queen and knight win, it's often a direct, beautiful attack on the king side with some tactics and some jumps. Well, queen and bishop,
just a solid
probably, combine to target a weakness somewhere and win some endgame.
Yeah,
so
but
maybe the queen knight victories.
They stick in
the culture.
Yeah, stick in the memory more. Yeah, sure. Some more material got traded off in our anti-Berlin. I'm trying to figure out like
This looks like progress for white.
Yeah, Morley is really doing quite well holding this. I think if he gets to play king f2, he just sort of never loses. So yeah, I like getting the knight over to e4 and then playing something like h5, h4, now that the pieces can't really be touched. Yeah, but before knight c5, yeah, like the engine just drops some material.
So it can too.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
This looks too drawish. There aren't many pawns left.
Yeah, he's doing well. He continues to ask questions, and Morley is down to 10 minutes, but he's also defending quite sensibly, and there's really not very much left on the board.
Maybe ask more questions here at your computer. You can play a2, the knight takes d5 is logically enough.
Yeah, it looks like you're doing sort of the right things, but it's now 4 against 4, and your leeway here is, and there's a lot of safety margins for white in positions like this. Yeah, knight c3 played. He will of course continue from here. He runs 0 risks, and you can imagine white misplaying this, allowing some kind of an activation of the king, and perhaps you're.
I think more likely than not, white goes b4, knight c5. There it gets captured. Rook c3. We take the b pawn. We shake hands. I don't see it.
Yeah,
we can check if maybe this is coming in.
No, you can actually just go before knight c5, and you always have the rook b1 threat. And if you have to play rook b3, you really aren't generating enough of a problem.
Don't threaten anything.
Yeah, like king g2, king h3, start activating our own stuff. You shouldn't be losing this with white. Yeah, it's something which is sort of very understandable in human terms, but might be
losing a piece.
Losing to a very concrete thing, though.
How is this? b3,
bishop b3, rook b1, knight d7, and this is where you stop normally. I think it's extremely easy to just stop calculating here, but the engine continues, goes queen d6, and then goes d5 and says, you're in a lot of trouble. Even though, honestly, I don't think it's a poor choice. Like, we take on d5 twice, we go knight e5. No, we have to take on, I think, on d5. Like, I would prefer to go bishop d5, knight e5. But there's queen before there.
We have bishops.
Yeah, I miss bishop before. Yeah, okay. Because my point was, if bishop before didn't exist in that position, and you had to trade, then yeah, I'm making no sense whatsoever, because I still keep the bishop there. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my mind. We actually had this discussion with Kirill yesterday, because we were on the way to Barcelona. We were watching the European Rapid, I think, which was in progress in, I want to say, Warsaw, maybe Katowice.
I think it's in Katowice.
Katowice, yeah.
Warsaw.
Yeah, and a very good friend of his, Daniel Yufa, was playing in the last round, I think, against David Navarra, and the winner of that was very likely becoming the European champion. And at some point, Daniel was pressing the entire game, and at some point he missed a tactic which allowed David to liquidate into rook and bishop, and I think won against rook and bishop and 3 on one side, which is a very easy draw and was actually drawn. I once held rook and bishop and 1 against rook and 2 on one side against Wei and Vaikanzeya. So even those positions are generally very drawn, but you do absolutely need to get rid of the bishop pair. If you can't get rid of the bishop pair here, you probably lose very comfortably. How easy is any of this?
I don't know. I have to think of the idea, but I think you do. Kirill is a deep thinker. The question is if we continue after knight d7.
Exactly, yeah. Like you probably understand that you can play something like queen c3 here, take on b7. You're probably not worse. Yeah, but we're also not really much better after knight f6. It feels like we've.
We'll take white, but these guys are too loose. Not sure.
Yeah, and is there anything at all that is not b3 in this position that's any good? Like, can we switch to some kind of a direct attack? We're one tempo short, right? We would like to play like queen f5, e5. And that probably wins, but it never sticks on f5.
No, you can keep playing that position with some move. Nobody play b3.
Okay.
He's on the case.
Yeah, b3, bishop takes b3 absolutely required, because otherwise queen c2 will just win all of the material. So you have to take after b1, knight a4, I assume loses to queen a3. That's completely unplayable. So you have to play knight d7, but you also, like you always play knight d7.
Here, do you think about
rook a6, queen f4, no, queen f4, rook f6.
Queen a3 traps the bishop, actually.
Yeah, out of squares, yeah, that square is required for the bishop. If we play bishop a2, I think the point is we're not taking on b7, we're playing rook b2 and forcing it to go to e6. And then we get the same position again after d5. Yeah, I don't know.
I think you get there.
I think maybe you get there. Yeah, once you spot queen d6 exists, I think you get there because you suddenly realize the bishop really has no good squares at all.
The question will be how easy conversion is. But I think with the bishop pair and the stuff we looked, it's easy.
What about your move? Yeah, takes knight e5.
Knight e5.
We have to play queen takes, I guess. Yeah, I'm keeping the queens off. Yeah.
So win.
Yeah, I'm claiming I will eventually give mate, because what normally happens in these types of positions is very simply white has 5 pieces and black has 4. And it's just very difficult to defend the king side once the bishop from h2 gets to, I don't know, the long diagonal somehow.
Yeah, these pawns really are very menacing just yet. They're also targets in their own rights.
Yeah. On our board 2, Manuel Petrosyan did something.
e4?
Yeah, that I'm really not on board with. The engine doesn't say he's in trouble, but I'm really, really not on board with the idea of playing e3, e4. Should be avoided.
Just in queen and bishop even now. Maybe he's not wrong, but it's a bit scary to give up all these squares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Black has no obvious way to make progress.
Yeah, I think this is basically what he's claiming here, is that, yes, I understand it's unfortunate and the knight on g4 might be perpetually on g4 for the rest of the game, but there's only 2 pieces left. I'll put the bishop on c6, I guess, and just shuffle. And how are you making any progress, sir? Yeah, I don't know. I'd be a bit worried. Maybe even more than a bit.
Fair. Iman played king f7, bringing the king close to the center. This is what we looked at. And now knight b4. See, natural country says knight d5 to keep some play in the position. Why is black better exactly?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Really, eventually I can even play before b5, I think, in many cases, and just start using small tactics to get everything off the board on the queen side. It looks like Morley should be surviving this. He also is keeping very carefully keeping around the 10-minute mark, not really going down to like a minute. Rook d5 wasn't found.
This was not played, you were right. And said f4, rook g7 was played. Takes. h4 is not a legal move, so rook f4. King f7.
King f7, yeah, the machine is not a huge fan of this. And you're still, it doesn't feel like it's completely lost for black, because material is severely diminished, and some endgames will perhaps have drawing chances. But you absolutely know that you're better here with white if you have this position.
Absolument.
Yeah. And the move that the Singaporean player made just now appears to have some tactical issues, because now you can perhaps start dragging his position to the pieces. You can play bishop h4 here. It appears to force rook h5. Then you play queen f3 in order to keep that rook connected to the... Looks like you have to play queen g6. And then you can play e6 check. And once you start opening the file, like shockingly,
it's not that lost.
Exactly. Shockingly, it's only plus 0.70. Like it looks like you should get mated, but apparently you don't get mated immediately. But I mean, the feeling has to be that this is extremely, extremely bad for black. You also probably have quieter choices. You don't have to go for this, but it looks very natural, I think.
Also, it looks like any Lila Zero game where then 100 moves later, the initiative pays off.
Absolutely, yeah. Somewhat regrettably, our Janusz is, I think, by this point, very clearly completely stuck.
This is not the game.
Yeah, they must have made...
We must fix that DGT board every day. This one gets stuck.
Yeah.
See, they must come down. Yes. Jules.
Jules is now
straight
up winning. Yeah, 5f4, I guess, was just missed by his opponent, who
also why
c5 doesn't look right. Yeah. King h7 is a nice little move there, sidestepping all potential checks, and also there are
then takes and there's f4 on the end. So
you've very much prepared for all of these things by. There wasn't a very comfortable reply to King h7, but c5 just like knocking the support from your own pieces like this is never going to be all that great. And bc5, f4, white is now just busted. I'm trying to figure out what he could have missed, but I'm not even sure. The engine actually goes bishop takes f3, but even if we go ef, this also looks completely lost. But knight f4. I'm wondering why it prefers bishop f3. Can't we just go ef? Yeah, still winning. Shockingly, here white actually gets some kind of counterplay for the piece, even though the engine will hold this and win.
This looks like a typical game where you know you're winning, but then after bishop d4, all of a sudden there's questions, and it's not so easy. The king is a little open.
Yeah, and this is why it prefers
comfortable here yet.
And this is why it prefers bishop f3, queen f3, and then a white move queen c8.
Who does that?
Yeah. You go queen c8, and then you very calmly take on f4 next move. And this one you do win without any problems whatsoever, because your bishop on g7 never really gets challenged. So Jordan, not Jordan, Jules will slightly win today, improving his tournament situation quite a bit. The Petrov by this point has been won by Puranik, but we knew that was happening. Like, it's just a question of exactly how, and the final position is picturesque, but the result was never really in doubt for a while. Yeah. Mated.
Yep. Nice prep by Puranik. Back in business.
Yeah.
Wayne Jones
is actually now a little bit worse, because the plan that you were describing
didn't get there.
Yeah, it is on c5 now.
The other horse is a little silly now, but maybe not too silly.
Well,
f5 has never happened.
It's a kind of a pair. The one on g4 and the one on h5 are answering each other. So Burak is doing a decent job here. He is a bit behind on the clock, but should be a manageable situation. He is a very good Blitz player.
Clearly winning. I'm not surprised the way that looked.
Yep.
They got the position we also saw coming. Shanao still has nothing.
Yeah, if the king was slightly, this is the interesting one. No, I just wanted to say, like, if this king was already on d4, maybe you would be a bit worried, but it's not, and black should be able to generate some counterplay.
Yeah, this one we've seen computer like this for white after even knight c3, a3 business, but Kremer understandably goes for more direct move.
No, but that's just a draw for Red. That's just a draw for.
And he really must have disliked his position. He does have 200, whatever. 2 more rating points.
But that brings us to our usual segment, which is how young is this Indian player? Kashish Manoj Jain. I apologize if I completely Manoj probably. Not a kid. I mean, sort of. Yeah, I mean, 17. He's a kid. I don't know why. I saw 1998 somewhere, but okay, it's parts of his FIDE ID looked like 1998 to me, but they're just parts of his FIDE ID number.
December
Yeah, but then then I guess Martin Kramer did not really feel like 23-34 was much of indication of anything.
Yeah.
And he didn't like his position too much, and so he kind of bailed. I assume Black doesn't really have very much choice, like not taking this knight doesn't look like it's really playable, but
White have any? No, it's just lost when the king escapes.
yeah, if you let it run, you're not gonna like it too much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should be a draw.
Yeah, if you want to be fancy, you can play rook f5 in this position, but it really doesn't change very much. Yeah, like, if you want to be,
I want this to be.
Yep.
Yeah, Kirill won't let go.
Yeah, seems to have very decent chances of actually going 7-7.
He's holding tight.
Which would be what I think is colloquially known as a good result.
Yeah. Pretend.
A somewhat interesting choice there by Manuel Petrosian, who...
Oh, weak pawns? Why does he hate his position? So is e4, queen c3.
Then he got...
Relax.
Yeah, he got sort of goaded into playing f2, f3. And honestly, with the pawn on f3...
I really don't.
Yeah. Like with the pawn on f3, I actually endorsed the trade of queens, even if it weakens your queen side. Because like I really don't want to play this middle game with all of those weaknesses being provoked.
Okay, this bothered him.
I guess, yeah.
Which is understandable. This looks a little offside. 93.
Yeah, 93 or
something.
Maybe even king like f8, d7, d6 might start becoming annoying.
Yeah.
He should still be okay.
0-0, yeah, and worry about nothing. But it's not fun to play these things when you're not sure where the danger is looming. And maybe he also just understands that this is nothing, which...
Yeah, I think here what stands him in very good stead is that Black played g6 and h5 earlier, meaning that the moment you start opening something up, yeah. If you go f6 and g5, the pawn on h5 just becomes a very legitimate target. So yeah,
yeah, maybe we overreacted somewhat. It's just
a little bit, maybe. Yeah. Morally should be completely okay, even though this is still kind of testing the waters there a little bit. But yeah, now. You go rook a7, rook e7, and
waters are there to test.
Yeah, you can even go rook a8 and just
maybe knight c5. We don't even want to.
Yeah, probably a drawn knight ending, but why even play it? Yeah, king f3 or rook a8 or something. Just make some kind of a normal. We shouldn't really be even remotely worse.
Bishop a4.
This week
this loses to tactics.
This loses specifically to rook f7, yeah, but it should be spottable, right? Because it's really a two-move tactic. King f7, bishop c4 is made, yeah.
Also
yeah, bishop a4.
Unseen this type of...
7 completely throwing everything away, or is it also winning? That's,
neither. It's better, but not winning.
Yeah. No, but you should be on 20 minutes. You should be seeing rook f7, I think.
Kirill has sacrificed stuff.
Yeah.
In worse circumstances in this very tournament.
Yeah, and it's just like so immediately obvious that it wins. Yeah, like you don't really have to calculate anything. King f7 is unplayable, and if you play knight anywhere, just take on d8, take on. I mean, rook g7 is apparently made.
We can do this.
Yeah, but honestly, this endgame is like plus whatever.
Endgame we usually win.
Yeah, it's just completely done. So Kirill, it seems to be like one move away from going 7 out of 7, and that will get him. How many people are on 5 out of 6? We have.
So if Kirill wins, he's still the sole leader. Yeah?
Yes, he will be a point above his pursuers if somebody wins. And that somebody is, of our pairings, maybe the likeliest one is, I don't know, we really don't know what's happening in Recipient
and Niemann, then...
Yeah, maybe Darda against Tabatabai is the closest we have to somebody being
worse
better.
now, apparently.
Well, happened there?
B5 and
What
the
happened?
moment is not
there?
great because now black gets all he ever dreamed of. Well, man, these structures, you set one foot wrong, there's danger.
Yeah, I guess he shuffled for a little bit too long and allowed this, and now he is, black suddenly is the side playing against the central weaknesses. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Anton goes for bishop h4, queen f3. In the meantime, I really assume he wants to go e6 check if queen g6 happens. And I think after e6, king e6 happens, he will be shocked he's not winning by fours, but he probably still wins. Like that's my
hunch.
Measured opinion about this position is that he will play e6 very quickly. After king takes 6, he will sit down and he will refuse to believe he is not like giving mate in 5 somehow. And then he will make some kind of a strong move and will win long term because it's just impossible to defend these types of positions if you're not a computer.
Monsieur Jeu is also completely winning.
This up, yeah.
4 takes.
He even played rook c5 here, which was, I'm guessing, not the only move, but a very solid move. Yeah, just greedily taking everything. Because takes, and you would like to unpin your queen while attacking the knight on c5, but then you lose your knight on d5 yourselves. You're just a full piece down. Resignation is probably not very far around the corner. A very kind of an efficient victory there by Jules, who waited and waited and waited with the pawn break and went perhaps with the one that his opponent didn't expect, and that paid off for him.
How's Gawain? Still on the worst side of things.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure what it's doing here, but I guess there was some build-up.
Interestingly, the engine doesn't seem to mind the idea of allowing bishop h5, knight f5. I would be terrified, but it just goes king h8. Says if you want to take on h5, take on h5. I have counterplay against the d3 pawn. Something. I don't know. It doesn't really look like this is going particularly well for him, but it's still playable according to the all-seeing eye.
Kreman surprisingly drew. Atikan also not surprisingly still winning.
Yeah.
So much. Dora Bailey.
Yeah, rook f7 on the board in Kirill's game, and yeah, he's going to win. See how he's not going to win from here.
Yeah, that escalated quickly.
Very quickly,
Black was just doing fine, but after e4, turned out c5 wasn't all that easy. Maybe then we have to second think all these speeches we gave, or rook c8 being so much stronger than something like this.
Although once again, it's very concrete because white can like go and says they
questions. Now it actually gives the queen, which seems extreme.
Yeah.
Not sure you can decide to just go for this.
Well, if you really hate everything else, then like this really does look like you will make a draw, but you have to hate everything else before you even start considering this seriously.
Yeah, it looks somewhat stable, but you're also not getting a forced draw here. You're getting massage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pity we didn't.
94 FE.
Well, it sort of likes the other one better. It's also not lost, but yeah, it just likes the other one better.
But it's also loose.
Yeah. It's a pity. It's a pity we didn't see on our screen the moment when rook takes f7 was played, because
it came as a shock for Karan. I think you see that before it happens.
But obviously he saw it maybe before it happens on the board, but after he played bishop a4, because then you don't play bishop a4. It clearly was missed, but as Jan is saying, you very, very often what will happen is that you will release the piece, you will press the clock, and this is where you realize things.
3 seconds after pressing the clock, you realize.
Yeah, but it's by that point you can't really
That's how I realized I didn't have a very successful tournament in Thailand. Normally, when I blunder, this would happen. And then you think, oh shit, what about this move? In Thailand, I would just go press the clock, go to the restroom, come back, and see a move on the board and think, oh, I hadn't thought of that move. Now my piece is kind of gone. Sorry.
Yeah.
That wasn't ideal.
Yeah, that's a really poor sign. Yeah. On the sliding scale, yeah, the preferred outcome is you actually spotting it before you press the clock. But if you
no, of course, but the sensation you press the clock and you blundered, it happens even when in normal shape. Ideally, often. But then at least your spidey senses are still there, just with a delay. But there, oh no, he could go there. Yeah, good point. That was rough even for me.
Yeah, this one is. I mean, you will try to generate. Yeah, like in particular this. And if you provoke HG5, I can very easily imagine this being bad. Yeah. But yeah, the engine says you can allow GH4, and in particular, I think it does Bishop C4 to stop the knight from reaching the F4 square easily. And I assume we want to play F3, F4 ourselves if allowed, just to open up some pathways to the H5 pawn for our bishop. I think we're probably okay to play F4 and then play Bishop E2 and just activate.
White square. We shouldn't lose.
Yep. So yeah, Manuel probably holds. Board 3 morally had to play a somewhat passive move, Rook B3 here, but yeah, there's
G5. That's kind of chipping away a little bit.
Yeah, 95 check. The engine wasn't very much in love with. It's really kind of insisting we have to play Rook A8 just to activate. King of 3, 95, 94 check, I thought, but I guess G4 is a good enough square. But yeah, in general, just sort of aiming it towards the G4 square, it seems.
Yeah, we said to make one or two, not supernatural moves. No, it's not like everything just disappears from the board.
And they reach the time control now, but yeah, G5 is a good beginning here for black. Yeah, just to soften up the structure a little bit. Let's say King of 3, GF, GF, and
you also play
probably if King of 5 doesn't do very much. Like King of 5 would be the most natural move, I think, but
yes.
But then let's say if B5 makes a draw, which it very often will, you don't play it.
Oh, it is. I can also see happening. Okay, Kirill's winning in the other games. We have 20 minutes until the time trouble phase really kicks off. So we will go on one last breather, then come back with all the drama that the time trouble phase might hold.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, check out Peter Svidler's course on the Grunfeld.
Absolutely no reason to.
I'm not saying another word.
Oh, you said like 4, possibly 5.
I was aware. I contradicted myself there a little. Artikeyan doesn't look very concerned there, walking around.
Yeah.
I will walk around to the restroom.
Fair enough. See you on the other side of the break, guys. And gals.
You just sit there? I think you still very much on air.
I think so, yeah, which is why I'm being ever so present.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of Blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
And we're back from the break with some already finishing. As expected, our top board is by now done. Karen decided not to torture himself too much, went knight c5, which loses to a bunch of things. Most easily the thing that Kirill actually has done. The fact that the queen is on c5 and not d6 doesn't change anything about this being mate. This is apparently queen f5 wins, but bishop takes c6 is mate in 7, which I don't know that you care about.
Queen f5 most of the time.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're running short.
All of these moves basically are completely winning. Yes. So Kirill is now on 7 out of 7. The question is whether anyone will be on 6. He might be a point and a half ahead of the field if all the games in this group end in a draw. This one really does look like it might, because, yeah, as established, we want to play f4 here with white, and if you go knight e6, we quite happily just snap on e6, go c3, c4, and also kind of offer a draw.
Do you think if he's 1.5 points ahead, like these thoughts of, okay, maybe time to make some draws and win the tournament will creep in? It's a dangerous strategy.
I don't think
draws here black and all of a sudden.
I mean, not in round 8. In round 8, he will play. I mean, he will be black against a strong player, so that might inform his desire to make a draw. But in general, I think maybe starting from round 9, if he is still, let's say, a point and a half ahead in round 9, then your two draws
secure a tie with a draw. And then you have another game.
Yeah, but not in round 8. I think in round 8 he will continue playing normally, but he will be playing. I mean,
for example, he probably won't play the a6 d6 Spanish.
Probably not. Yeah. He will definitely be playing black tomorrow because he had two whites in a row just now. So yeah, he will be playing as somebody like Yuangi or Hans or
probably is also not eager to make a quick draw with white 1.5 points behind.
Yep. So yeah, this we assume will be a draw. Hans is better-ish, but
micro chances. It's not enough pawns left to be unduly worried.
Yeah, normally this still ends in a draw, but you do have to be a bit precise now. Like both king f5 and rook e8 are annoying enough to have to be careful.
And here you sort of have to calculate your way out. Yeah, it's not like.
Yeah, it's manageable. In particular, because if you don't make all of these moves, you might just be losing, and that very much kind of helps with the laser focus on good decisions. And yeah, unfortunately for us, we're still completely stuck on board 4. We have no idea what's happening in the Yusup Klarovin game, which is relevant.
Thinking about moves.
Yeah, it's relevant, but we don't know. Anton Korbov is now completely winning against Tianjin Zhao.
And he found this rook h5.
Yeah.
Allowing the endgame, but it does.
Yeah, and there was kind of an interesting interplay there on move 35 because they both, I assume, just thought queen g6, e6 resigns, when in fact it's like plus 0.008 or maybe plus 1 at most. And after rook h6, you're
looks like resigns.
Yeah, and this actually is resigns. So a very very understandable, I think, decision by both of them, but incorrect.
Yeah, I guess we'll get here, and I'm not sure if white wins directly, but the computer says it is completely over.
The timely bishop p1 in particular is just incredibly painful because the pawn on b4 cannot be defended. You continue losing pawns basically with every move here. If not for bishop p1, if black had a tempo to play something, maybe it wouldn't have been so lost. Yeah, Anton will convert from here, I'm pretty sure. Daniel Darda is definitely suffering now against Tabatabai. This is not fun. Like you hold positions like this occasionally, but black managed to trade away all of their weaknesses, and there is a majority on the queen side, and the pawn a3 is weak.
So I think something concrete has to happen for you to hold. If it's just get stabilized, it's so incredibly unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he's in time to swap play rook b1.
Bishop e8, rook b6, bishop a3, rook a6, and then the engine says this is not so bad, but like
this looks incredibly scary.
Yeah, you are not confident here with white that you're not just straight up losing, to be honest. Like the a file, the a pawn is just so, and he hasn't even gone for this. He's gone queen a2 instead.
And, that's what I meant.
And and now after queen b3, the engine already says, the game is basically gone. Jules won. Results: Jules won. Demchenko is still playing that pawn up position. It's not
making it easy.
No, it's completely fine. Completely fine.
In control.
Yeah, it's very important that the king is on a2, meaning that you're never in trouble. You don't ever have to calculate a4, a3, and you can actually just start activating your rook like rook d8, g8, or a8, or somewhere. Should be a comfortable enough victory. Yeah, so Firat Burak is, I think, much better against Gwaine.
Keeps getting worse. Now white has bishops.
Yeah, it's very concrete. Like you have a 5. If not for a 5, you just resign there, I would assume. But you do have a 5, which means that white will have to sacrifice some material. Oh. But even an exchange down, this position is very unpleasant. Like takes.
This you have to decide on. Like passes the eye test. It looks beautiful for white. But it's still material.
Yeah, so he has the conservative option of going bishop takes e6 first, right? Taking on e6, taking on c6, black, I guess, goes king f7. Rook a6 exists.
This is nothing.
Yeah, this is not very much, or nothing at all. So yeah, if he wants to play for a win, he has to play rook takes e6. But he, in my very limited exposure to him, I think he is a very ambitious player. I think it's very likely he goes for the more.
Yep, here he comes.
Yep.
Rook c6. White has no choice, I'm guessing.
Rook a6 still exists, but with the two bishops still on the board, like you kind of know you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Like it. So these knights defending each other. It's normally not a great setup. 7 doesn't help because we get back ranked.
Yeah, and also just all of your experience tells you that you cannot possibly go for these positions. They never end well. So yeah,
gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, he'll play a 5. I guess you can go rook e6, or you can just go ef. I don't know why ef is. Yeah, somehow the engine really hates this one compared. Yeah,
some reshuffling, which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess keeping the knight away from f7 is important.
H5 and gf happens, and you don't get the structure you want.
Yeah.
Even this white is fine, I guess, but I will happily return this exchange.
And then rook a3 becomes a very important source of counterplay. Yeah, we'll see. It's a very sharp endgame. Will be interesting to watch it. So what do we have? We have
Mariban's still working on it, but he's also still winning. Not the fastest conversion,
but it doesn't have to be
good enough.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, the king made it to d4, but it's not going to stay there because it's in check. And there's still really nothing happening.
Yep.
Let's check back in with Hans. Hans went rook g7, not for the moves we were talking about. And it looks like white's source of counterplay is once again b5, c5. And now
just softening up the knight on d5 and then going like for some activity. Like you want to play rook b1, rook e1, I guess. And if king f5, we always have knight c4. This is the construction that you need to see. Yeah, but it's available pretty much in every single position here. Yeah, and I think
we're in trouble if we just go back. Then
a little bit, yeah, a little bit.
We get kicked.
Yeah,
that's why b5, c5 was important, so we don't get shifted. Still, it's like a draw.
Yeah, you probably don't lose this, but you also don't really want to test that hypothesis. And I think it's sort of humanly understandable why b5, c5 is good, because you are softening up the knight on d5, and you are generating a very, very safe square on c4 for your e5 knight, even though it looks maybe slightly strange to be.
Good thing, why am I giving him a protected parcel? But it's just not the essence of the position.
Piece activity and good squares for your pieces are always going to be the more relevant part.
Yeah, they made the time control, so things will slow down here a bit, as will they in Petrov against Yu Yang. But here, the engine just says 0.
Yeah, I mean, if the issue is, apart from landing on f4, black really has no particularly good squares to aim for, and as long as we protect as long as we are connected to the e6 square, we're really not allowing it, since we've established that all the pawn endings are easily drawn. So yeah, I don't think Petrov is any trouble here. Queen b3 played in Tabatabai, so I guess this is likely to be the person on 6 points. Yeah, the much sought after somebody on 6 out of 7 to play white against Alexeyenko tomorrow.
Although, why is it only minus 0.90? It
was -2 a moment ago. Yeah,
no, it changed its mind, or is this a different position?
no, it was it was that
Well,
position.
this, which also looked completely winning, but apparently it's not. Because of rook ed1 takes and bishop t5 still looks lost.
Yeah, you're allowing the pawn to seemingly survive on b2, but somehow, yeah, then it gets. I don't understand. It still looks absolutely horrendous. I don't know. I was taking on d5 with a rook for some reason. It's very weird.
No, lost the engine.
And rook b1 wasn't found, and now we're back to being -2.5. So yeah, we can more or less safely assume this gets won by the Iranian player. So Tabatabai will be on 6 out of 7. There is still an outside chance Hans wins this, and then he will be on 6 out of 7. And as we have to continue returning to, we have absolutely no idea what's happening in Yusupenko Aravind. If somebody wins on that board, he will also be on 6 out of 7. But yeah, if maybe we could sort of blow up the current view, because they are playing the board, which is somewhat visible on our camera, but not when it's this small.
Speaking of blow up, good old live chess viewer did blow itself up. So
yeah, let's maximize the view of the playing hole.
The usual operation here, which unfortunately, well, apologies.
Yeah, there's really no way to, yeah, at least not from where I'm sat. If I could, no, I think I'll just give up and hope that at some point the board resolves itself, because in the previous rounds, it just magically suddenly gives us 25 moves in a row and shows us the position. So this could happen at any point, but yeah, not sure.
Houston.
Very difficult to judge from the body language there. Andrei seems relaxed and Aravind seems very concentrated, but I think that's their general state of being in both of their cases. So, yeah, I don't know what we can deduce from that.
No, there's some issues which I've read in Welcome back, everybody. Apologies. We are still here with round number 7 of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, where Kirill Alexienko is on a pretty solid 7 out of 7. People trying to get within 1 point of him include Armenia's Manuel Petrosyan and Yu Yang from China. That's most likely they will draw and no one will get them.
This one seems quiet. Hans's position is still somewhat alive. I was trying to calculate if b5 makes a draw here, which apparently it does, but I assume what you're worried about is knight c3. And I was trying to make b takes c6 work. It does work. Whoa. Because you have to throw in knight. I wanted to go cb7 first, but then it probably loses to knight d2. It still doesn't lose to knight d2. Okay, king g2 apparently. Rook g7. Ah, we have knight c8 in the end. That's very beautiful, actually. King g2, if you go rook g7, rook g8, maybe you lose, yeah? Because I have knight d6, c8. Yep. And there's 8 on the other side of the board. It's a check, yeah, that's very useful that it's a check. So yeah, then obviously, like if b5 knight c3, bc6 is a draw, you insta play b5, and it's just a very clear best move in the position.
Yeah, still this question, but here it looks like it's even a good version for white.
Yeah, you start maybe even having some hopes and dreams, yeah, because suddenly we've lost material. So it might take f4. Yeah. So yeah, b5 should actually now for more like Artikeyan. I tried I went to the extreme measures and actually kind of got very, very close to the screen and tried figuring out what the position is in Yesipenko Aravind. I think what happened there is the pawn on e4 actually got picked up somehow, because it really does feel like black has a piece on e4, which could mean that it got lost along the way. The bishop on a6 is now on f7. I definitely saw the last move being played being bishop c4, f7, but really can't figure out where stuff is, and there was no way to really work out like what the position is and how to assess it.
Thanks for your dedication.
Yes, I am.
It's impressive.
I am. No one is more professional than me. I'm in Tabatabai.
Professional is something like this.
Just why? Yeah. I mean, the big question is just why. You're never better with white, so why not just make sure you're just make an immediate draw? Oops. Who's playing versus Yesipenko? Yesipenko is playing against Arvind Chidambaram. Yeah, and we've lost connection with that board a while ago. This is move 15. They probably made the time control by now. I think they must have made
we
the
can
time.
see some more pieces.
Yeah.
2 queens, it looks.
Yeah, black has I guess a queen on e4, a knight on e5, and a bishop on f7, and possibly a rook on e5. White has a knight on f4, pawns, I guess, c3, b4, a5. Honestly, what I'm describing is probably better for black, because if we lost the e4 pawn and didn't really win anything for it, we are probably not doing that hot. You have to assume.
Daniel Darda is not doing that hot either, but not that hot. I mean, he's now dead lost. He missed that last chance to generate some hope with this non-obvious rook b1, rook ed1 reshuffling.
Yeah.
So he took him when rook b1, but now black can just defend everything and win basically with the passer and the 2 bishops. This doesn't look like much of a contest anymore.
Yeah. If the b pawn clearly survives, and if it survives with the 2 bishops supporting it, you never ever hold these. Amin will be on 6 out of 7, and yeah, he might be the only one. I think it very much depends on what's happening in Yesipenko Aravind, because Kartikeyan by this point did play before b5, and it feels like it's time for Hans to just take on f4, accept the perpetual, and move on with his life.
For a handshake.
Yeah, it really is even better. It's like this is an absolutely ideal b5 version. Black has no through. I mean, knight c3 is still a draw, of course. Like if you want, you can check that. You play knight c3 and check that white goes b takes c6, but it's not impossible to calculate.
Especially having played b5, it will probably, the knight fork will not come as a complete shock.
Yep. Very true. Very, very true.
So it's time. He's going to look at it a bit, and then blitz out knight c3.
Yeah, are we losing with every, like, is knight d6 check also a draw? Probably is, yeah, king e6 bc.
Well, we still have bc, but it's the same trick, just in a weirder version. Yeah, because you always keep that check in hand, no?
And honestly, you probably don't want to play, although that rook ending is just so completely equal. Yeah, well, I was going to say I'd much rather not play any rook ending if I can avoid it, but yeah, it's still utterly drawn.
About you.
BC here is a rook ending.
This is not quite a rook ending.
No, but after b takes 6, you have to play rook c1, and yeah, just generally, I wouldn't want to have that, but it also is like, well, why are we ever worse here? Our pawn is actually further progressed. So yeah, like it's
losing this race very much.
No, not really.
No, but also no particular point for either side to mess around with any of this.
Yep.
I'm assuming you will have calculated.
1 second. Must prevent TV from switching off.
Hardest working man in the chess business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So waiting for b takes c to appear on the board. And there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, no surprise after he went b5. Small tactic. I guess black could also just recapture, but once again, no one's better.
Yeah, here black definitely isn't, yeah. Pumpkin the Cat says, Jan and Peter are always so resentful that people keep playing in drawn positions.
In any position.
Yeah. You didn't really need to clarify there. We're just resentful people in general. This is completely winning for Anton, but somewhat surprisingly, you can't actually give mate here, and you have to stabilize a little bit. Machine goes rook e5 and says +6, which is a good evaluation to have, but
next moves like queen c1. It doesn't just move everything towards king.
Yeah, it's the way the engine actually wins this position is keeps on shocking me, because like it looks like you should just give like a check from b8 and then somehow connect your queen and your rook and give mate on the back rank. But stopping queen c4, queen c2 check is
it's not even winning.
Yeah. You've probably Machine says you've thrown everything.
And it happened. Queen b8.
Whoa.
On the board.
Whoa. Okay.
King f7 will be played for.
I guess he missed queen g8. I think I know what happened here. I think he calculated rook e5 and thought game is over because queen e8 check is unstoppable, but it's stoppable.
Why is this no longer winning?
Well, I mean,
made some progress.
Equal material, d pawn is about to run. I mean, you're still better, I guess, after king e1, maybe even, but you're really, it no longer wins like, looks like you're winning. A massive turnaround there by Anton.
Rook e5 blitzed out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he thought this is the end of the game, yeah. And now he will, and honestly, like, unfortunate thing for him is that it's basically either resigns or queen g8.
This happens 100% of the time. Yeah, queen c2 and resign.
To rook e2, yeah, or whatever. It is.
Shortly after, I'm not sure what precise is this.
Oh yeah, king g3 and bishop g5. And
anyway,
interestingly, this is lost after queen g8, but with the king on f2, it's not. Yeah, because now you queen takes a7 and c5 doesn't create a threat. This is just such a bizarre position. Yeah, but you never actually provoke king g3, bishop g5. It doesn't make any sense. If you realize you have no perpetual, you always play queen g8 immediately, I would assume.
Absolutely. Hans is now thinking he has time, but
yeah,
all roads lead to draw, so stakes are not particularly high.
Not really.
Might as well stay here for a bit, since we don't have the Yespenko game. And the Darda game is pretty much over after rook c3.
Or I would assume rook d2 as well, yeah. c4, you have to work a little bit harder, but you're still winning.
Need to allow this.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Korobov.
Yeah, the surprising.
Spotted this by now. Could be some anxious moments. Oh, black went rook d2. That's surprising. So winning.
Actually, I guess it's not. Hang on, it actually is sort of relevant here. Bishop c4, knight c4, rook c2, rook b3, rook b6. How confident you are of winning this with black? I guess with the pawn on f4, you are very confident, right? No, my point is, if the pawn which is currently on f4 here was on e3, those I think people actually fail to win reasonably.
Yeah, that's known to be difficult, but it's not the position.
He's gone rook f2 first, which I assume doesn't really change very much. Actually, the engine dislikes it quite.
Making his life harder, apparently. Keeps being winning. But no, yeah. You still need to break through, and you will. It's just winning.
Yeah. As long as you don't blunder knight a5 somewhere there, as long as you keep the bishop controlling the squares, which could attack the b3 pawn, eventually you go king g8, f7, e6, d5, and once that happens, the game ends.
Still, he seems in a bit of a hurry to end it. He has 34 minutes on the clock, and taking a second here to just stop any play and then wrap it up. Would have been faster, but as long as he keeps the winning position, also no reason to shame him unduly. Jing Yao is thinking about it.
Yeah, I wonder if you can convince yourself you have chances for perpetual after like queen c2, king g3, queen d3. Like where? How does it? It goes forward. Queen f1, king g5 or something.
Okay, this at least is worth thinking about.
It goes to h6 and then you play rook g5. Or king h7, king h8. Whoa.
Korobov calculated all this when he blitzed out queen h check.
This is mate in 5 now. This is just so comical. Yeah, it escapes on h8 specifically. Yeah, this actually increases his winning chances because I think you might be excused as black if you don't believe this is a thing.
Yes. You could talk yourself into, I'm going to lose this slowly anyway, so might as well.
Might as well start giving checks, yeah.
Try the other.
It's quite remarkable, the march up to h8 there.
Some fresh moves here, not many.
Yeah.
Still far from the position on the board.
But it looks like they are now coming in a bunch. Yeah, they're being updated. So we might actually get a live position eventually.
It's really weird. We would never get a live position, and then we would never have known what happened in that game other than the result.
Yeah, that would be heartbreaking for the entire chess community. Chess community thrives on knowledge. Why aren't we playing b6, b5 in the butterfly game? I guess knight e3 or b5 looks very logical, right? It's still winning, but it's not as winning yet because knight e3, and you have to find rook a2 maybe because this is. I mean, it's just so difficult to throw it completely. Yeah, you're just making your life
completely mess up.
Yeah, your
before was not a mistake. Getting there.
Postponing dinner basically is what is happening here. But yeah, as long as you start playing precisely from some point, you will win. Probably.
Hard to disagree. Hans, could you make a decision?
Yes. Knight takes b1
Thank
seems
you.
to be seems to be happening, and now 96 check.
Do we have to start with a check? Oh,
No,
this was
we've
this.
established it's
Okay.
also a draw. Yeah, as long as after 92 you're prepared to calculate king g2. Yeah. And here actually you will be, well, you just take on b7 eventually and you make a draw. 92, and then you give a check from the g file, and then you take on b7 and go king f5. It's not very difficult. Yeah, so this will be a draw. Petrosyan, Yuangi, I mean, they're still playing, but it will be a draw.
The position hasn't changed
Yeah, not
in a bit.
Not a great deal, yeah.
At some point. Some back and forth.
Either that, or he goes 96 and white snaps, and you make a draw there as well. It's
TKM Blitz out 96 check. You no surprise there either.
Hang on a second. Can we? Yeah, Queen G. So if in Hans's position we go King G6 here, she takes 92 check.
What you want?
I'm trying to figure out if G4 and H4 are specifically the only squares that hold. I mean, they hold, but is it strictly the only two moves, or are there any other choices?
It's not the toughest calculation.
Yeah, I mean, everything else, like if everything else loses, you realize it loses, right? But my point is, if you go to, this is still, 94, back to F3 or G2 or anywhere. Yeah, you're really not running any risk whatsoever. Yep.
Yeah, you went King E6. I think he's done for the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, they both know this is a draw now, of course. Yeah, he'll give a check. He'll give a check from the G file, and then he'll play King F5, and everything will disappear. I think the entirety of the rest of the game will take about 20 seconds. That would be my informed guess. Yeah, you're good looking. Yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much. Whatever you do here.
It is drawn. Queen G8 played by Tim Jingyao to his credit.
Important choice there by Singaporean player. Yeah,
All temptations.
Yeah, this is just objectively, I guess it's a draw, judging by what we see on our screen. You can still lose it with black because the endgames, once, like, white basically takes on G8. The engine, for some reason, includes Rook G5 check King H7, which I don't think is that obvious. But maybe, like, if it's specifically King H7, then yes, I don't mind having the king cut away on the G file. And then you put your king and play from there. You can definitely imagine losing this with black, but it's such an improvement compared to what the position was a moment ago.
Timchenko is still winning. We've missed a bit of the action in the Burak Firat against Gawain game.
Yeah, he actually went for what we assumed. What we assumed wasn't the best play, but he's still better somehow. I guess Gawain made some kind of an accuracy.
He didn't go H5.
GF doesn't seem to be. Machine doesn't seem to be hating it. But yeah, Rook A1 is being criticized, and F4 also is supposedly not the best, as is Rook B1. And now letting the pawn leave appears to be extremely dangerous, so you have to go for this position, but you're just not going to be very happy playing it because the bishop gets to E4, the king is completely safe because it gets out via the F3 square, it gets to like G4 or somewhere. And yeah, this is just going to be an annoying position to defend. I assume the engine holds it, but it's not fun.
No fun whatsoever.
No fun allowed.
This game is over. The pawns are disappearing. Yeah, good defense by Kartikeyan after Some inaccuracies in the opening. Yu Yang is still trying to
find something to do,
stone,
yeah,
but there's not much there.
Yeah, Yusupenko, Aravind has almost gotten. Yeah, this is what we are.
Manually, no?
Yeah, queen e5. Yeah, the pawns I think I saw on the screen the pawns on c3 and a5. It's very like black is definitely like optically a little bit better, but I think you're just going to struggle to make much progress. I guess this is likely to end in a draw, but of course it's a pleasant position for black to suddenly be playing material equal. If anyone has structural weaknesses, it's probably white here. Bishop's generally stronger than knights in positions on two flanks.
And Tabatabai, does he get by? Is this clever?
This is probably very, very
winning. Bishop c5. We
Yeah.
bring the king. We win.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Darda, he would like maybe some better squares for the knight, but you don't have any, like allowing b2 loses much faster, so you have to play knight. Knight e3, d1 against b2. And then if you spot rook a2, I guess you win quite comfortably.
It's likely.
So once again, preparing for the impending recap. Tabatabai very likely to be on 6 out of 7. With the positions we have on boards right now, I think he's extremely likely to be the only one because Hans has already drawn, and I don't really like. I think Yuangi's game will end in a draw, and I can't really envisage anyone winning this. Although, yeah, I mean, black definitely is. Yeah, black is definitely enjoying this position quite a bit. So it's Tabatabai and maybe Aravind. I don't think Andrei is winning this. I think black is way too solid here for white to have winning chances.
Korobov is half point behind all these people?
Yeah, Korobov will be on 5.5.
It's not a given.
Yeah, he actually has been upfloated to Tingjin Chao, but Tingjin Chao is not winning this position. I think we're very safe in that knowledge. So yeah, there will be further separation. Alexeyenko a point ahead of one person, maybe two. And then on 5.5, we will have, I mean, Karen Grigorian was on 5.5 before the start of the round, so he's still on 5.5. Morley Kartikeyan, Hans Niemann, we guess Manuel Petrosyan and Yuangi, possibly both Yusupenko and Aravind, and then some people who will win from the 4.5 group. And there will be some decisive results there. So Jules Mussar will be on 5.5. Anton Demchenko, we assume, will be on 5.5. Perhaps Firat Burak. Buranik is already on 5.5. He won. We don't have the board for Safarli against Abdi Salimov, right?
Very sorry to disappoint you there.
So Durabaili on 5.5. Today, actually, in the 4.5 group, there is a lot of decisive results, a lot more than we saw in previous rounds. So there will be a huge pile up, a 1.5 behind the leader.
Well, also to be expected that in round 7, the 4.5 group is bigger than in round 6. No?
Yeah. So there will be either a person in clear second or a tie for second, third. And then probably, I don't know, 10, 12 people, no, probably more actually, maybe 15 people on 5.5 out of 7, trailing the leaders.
That does sound
extremely exciting.
Like a hungry pack of wolves chasing Kirill.
Yes. And
Beauty and the Beast. Do you see Beauty and the Beast? When the beast fights off the wolves, I always start crying. Because the girl he kidnapped, she's trying to escape. So he chases her as you do. And then there's wolves.
We don't endorse any of those behaviors, by the way.
Fighting wolves, but the wolves, they also tried to attack the girl. The beast He fights the
We
wolf.
endorse some of those behaviors.
The beast wins, but he gets injured. And
His career,
Beauty,
his career is in danger.
very impressed that the beast wanted to protect what beast considered his property, falls for the beast.
We don't
eternally.
endorse any of those definitions.
I agree. It's a disturbing
Tale of
movie.
woe. Yeah.
Tale.
Yes.
But in the end, we learn, spoiler alert, if you're not familiar with Beauty and the Beast,
True love conquers all.
no, that the Beast is really a handsome prince, just because he was a bit of an asshole, even as a prince. He got cursed by a witch to stay in beast shape.
As one does, yeah.
Until someone loves him unconditionally. And his way to find unconditional love was to kidnap someone's father, then exchange her for her father, keep her as his prisoner instead, then chase her. But defeat the wolves that also chased her. Really shows like you can get away with a lot of stuff as long as you can wrestle with a pack of wolves.
And also get Brothers Grimm to be your Hagioga. I can't pronounce that word, but like you need to have a good PR machine behind you if you want to do any of this stuff. Like without proper PR machine, you're probably not going to be as well depicted.
Yeah, or also in 2022, you can't kidnap anybody anymore. You risk being cancelled.
That as well, yeah. That as well. UNG finally gave up and played 96. So yeah, this game is not very exciting anymore if it ever was. This will be a draw.
All right. Draw this. Let's check in with these gentlemen.
-1, by the way. I really underestimated just how unpleasant this is for white. Just a very bad position. I guess eventually something like c6, c5 happens and you start suffering against, very direct threats.
Yasipenko is not having a great tournament,
No.
right? I mean, the score is not horrible, but from the games we've seen, he also suffered early on. The draw, like, he's been having some troubles.
Yep.
Tabatabai
kind of needs to play rook a2, honestly.
Yeah,
It's not
he
a
went
diffi-
for all this stuff very quickly, and now he's depending on this small tactical resource, which he will probably find. I'm still a bit surprised that he was so blasé about the earlier decisions. He's very, very strong. But yeah, he did play rook a2.
Rook a2 on the board, and yeah.
He's very, very strong. And he will win. Anton Korobov will keep trying. I don't think it's a given. This game ends in a draw.
No.
Apparently, black with best play now holds, which is an improvement to being dead lost.
Yeah, you can say that again. You declined. I was waiting for you to actually say that again.
Nah, just say once.
Very regrettable. Somehow White's situation improved in Yasipenko's game. I guess what happened between the two positions
was not
is
love it.
Aravind released, like, the rook was, you could, I guess, restrict the rook so that it never reaches f3. And he gave Alexei Yasipenko time to play rook f1, rook f3, which I guess is a much better square compared to being stuck perennially on
I'm also not sure if a6 is a better square for the pawn than a7 might not matter so much.
I think he's preparing c5. I think the only reason to play a6 there is to play c4, like to threaten c5 and have a b5 become harder to play. But yeah, feels like it maybe wasn't strictly speaking necessary.
Sounds about right.
Best Christmas movies, anyone says Pumpkin the Cat. Obviously, it's what's it called?
It's complicated debate if stuff like Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
There
or
you
not.
have it.
Like,
There you have it.
I would think it's a Christmas movie. But
Yeah.
some people have
Home Alone, says Jake Loans.
Yeah, that's not on the list.
Yeah. No, but that's just a story about a really like very, very murderous kid, right? Like maybe we sort of endorse this type of premeditated violence against very, very stupid robbers. But
especially if one of the robbers is Joe Pesci, like you watch out. Yeah.
But it is basically a story of somebody attempting murder with no particular really reason to go this hard.
I don't know about property laws in the US normally because they are on his property. No,
I'm not sort of yes, but also.
Does he try to kill them outside of the house? Or also, I'm not sure if he technically owns the properties or whatever. That's where he lives.
Yeah, it's it probably like how does that? I'm pretty sure there are some very nice law splainers written by clever people who actually like take this movie apart.
The subject has probably been debated. It's a well-known movie.
Yeah, but. Honestly, it has to be acknowledged that he could have called the police at any point in that movie, and none of that would have happened. But he chose.
He clearly knows how to operate a phone.
Yeah, he chose violence
in a shop alone. Doesn't the owner anything.
Yeah, he clearly chose the path of violence,
but he's a bit of a troublemaker anyway. No, like he gets a lot of shit even before the family leaves. I've never seen Home Alone 2.
I believe I have, but I don't remember anything about it.
I know it's in New York. So they leave him in some hotel or something. Like, I know Trump talks to him in some hotel lobby.
Yeah. Didn't he think that the robbers were police or something? I don't think so, Pumpkin. No. I'm pretty sure he knew exactly what was going on.
He knew what he was dealing with.
Yeah.
That is a bit unsure about the creepy old man with a shovel. It's his neighbor who turned out to be a good guy, but you can't blame him for that either. I think, I'm not sure, it's not a Christmas movie, it's more of a holiday movie. I think it's Thanksgiving. But I like planes, trains, and automobiles. That one always gets me.
Don't think I've actually seen that one. So things to put on the list, yeah. He's making a list, he's checking it twice. Wait up, the rook didn't go to f3?
It did not. It went back to e1, where it's not so well placed, and now we're
supposedly completely lost to g5. Yeah, g5, knight d3, queen d5. The engine goes queen d5, takes on d3 twice.
Yeah,
goes rook c4 and says -2, which I think is believable. Honestly, just like. Nothing moves.
You have to think of this simplistic approach because it feels like you want more than swapping down, but it's just winning it.
No, but like,
C5,
why didn't the rook go to f3? It's just so difficult for me to understand. It really did look like it. Like if given a choice, you always pick f3 over e1 in this position. I would think he's just not playing well today. Maybe even more than sort of. Not only today, but today in particular, it feels like he is just not playing at his A game.
Maybe he's trouble sleeping. Okay, this will end in a draw any minute, so the top 3 boards should wrap up. We should watch a bit more of Aravind if he converts, but full disclosure. I'm not planning to stick around until the last game finishes today. There's stuff to do, and I think we have a pretty clear picture about the tournament. Kirill Alexeyenko on 7 out of 7 so far, dominating. Big question is now if Aravind and Tabatabai can close the gap somewhat, only be 1 point behind him. That we expect draws definitely in Petrosyan, Yu Yang.
That was just a great draw. Yeah, a5, a4 is a very good indication that Yu Yang is not interested in pretending here, just closing everything down completely. Yeah,
possibly here, although, yeah, it looks like Korobov is already back on the winning track, according
yeah,
to
Jing Chao, I think very understandably, he, by this point, is so annoyed with not having Bishop on b7 participate in the game that he threw in a full pawn to put it on e4, but yeah, the engine disagrees, says that the Bishop b1 counterplay is not quick enough. And if it's not,
okay, fine.
well, I guess he wants rook c7, c2, but the engine is entirely unimpressed with all of that for some reason. Just goes h4 and says this is not actually a threat.
Check.
Yeah, like rook a2, rook b5 or d5 or something. Oh, just taken king c2, king b2. Whoa, yeah, that's even more painful. But yeah, Korobov has been uploaded in this game, so even if he wins, he'll be on 5.5. He is in a different conversation with the rest of the guys.
Right, let's see what happens in this one. c5 was played, not the most violent g5, knight g6. It's like,
yeah, White is still in trouble, but
enjoying the process very much. But okay, it's not getting any more ground by going knight g6 and back.
Yeah, but I think even spotting the option of trading everything off, which the engine was suggesting was completely winning, was difficult there because
you just don't think of it because your pieces look better than these very passive pieces.
Yeah, every single piece you have is just better than its opposing number. So you,
of course,
spend very, very little time on this.
Many books will tell you it doesn't matter what comes off the board, it matters what stays on it.
Yeah, you get king of 7, king e6, and then I think you just go c6, c5, and you collect the entire queen side. Yeah. I think the trick there really is just sort of to continue calculating past queen d5 from d1 to continue thinking about this. But a5 falls and you're still better everywhere. Yeah, it's just not even difficult.
Okay, Darda went knight f5, which doesn't seem to help very much.
No, he loses by force, but he loses by force to a very specific thing. Bishop 3, knight takes b5, and you go bishop specifically b4, which is not a difficult move. But then it looks like you're stalemated, but you go rook a5 next move, and then you go bishop c3 and rook a1.
Also win by
are you fast,
but rook a5 just ends it, so why bother?
So yeah, it looks like this is a calculation that
I could do this.
Yeah, should be very, very comfortable.
Well, now I have f5, but
F5,
why
F6,
did if I do something else? Okay, it's just I'm not helping my case here.
Yeah, but you just don't have any good moves. Yeah, unfortunately for you, you actually also sort of in Zugzwang on the king side. Yeah, I mean, should win this. It's going to be a huge shock if he doesn't. Whereas Aravind against Yasipenko, I mean, he is still in control, but it's not a position you win every single time, not even close.
Are they repeating?
No, I think he is just thinking for the first time in this position.
Yeah, so the same position.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's anything below the cutoff, so to speak, that we haven't discussed. And absolutely, has Adiban already? I think Adiban already won.
Adiban finally won.
Things
did. Yeah, the result was never in much doubt. Took his time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those games. You pretty much win every time unless you hang something.
Yeah, is Wahab Chanal a bit better now with a knight on a2, or is it still completely fine?
That is a burning question. It looks like still holding, but
maybe we've made ourselves slightly
manufactured something here.
Yeah. And also 25 against 13 will at some point potentially become a bit of an issue. But of course, it's, the material is extremely limited, so you're not risking that much. Donchenko, is Donchenko's game finished? Wait up. Whoa. Gawain just offered a draw after rook e1 and it was accepted.
Smart decision.
The offer, definitely. The acceptance, maybe not as much. Yeah, like it's a free roll. Like why wouldn't you continue?
Yeah,
maybe it's not much, but it's a free roll.
Myself into accepting here because I'd be scared about my king. But Not
No,
to
I
be
mean-
too scared, really.
Yeah. No, I'm also definitely capable of deciding I don't need this, but it's still a bit surprising because
It's not hard to see when we're getting made.
yeah.
Yeah, dodged a bit of a bullet there, but sometimes these extra, whatever, 170 rating points save you some work.
Yeah.
Not that loss. So,
Yeah, very, very nicely timed strategic draw for there by Gwen. Yeah, everything up to bishop b4 on the board in Tabatabay's game. Yeah, this one is concluding. So really, it's only really the Isipenko game which is progressing slowly.
tell you what, I'm not waiting for Yespenko again. They got 10 more minutes to reach some predictable position.
Identifiable position, and then
if they don't manage, then
we adjudicate.
Yep, very much.
We bring back adjudication today. I wonder how many people in our chat actually know what that is.
I do not.
I'm sure you played in tournaments with adjudication.
No? It's the same as adjournment.
No, not exactly. No, it's like no. I don't think tournaments maybe not, but it's something that people used to do in simul's, where like if the simul runs.
In simul's I've had.
Yeah.
Or I know of the practice that at some point you get tired and say, "This is a draw. This you win."
Mm-hmm. So this is what we're doing for the Alexeyev game, basically.
Often the simul giver is the adjudicator as well. And sometimes the simul giver himself.
Yeah. It's not always a very very uncorrupted process. Yeah. And there's been some. I think I brought this up on air once already, but like there's a beef between two British chess clubs, which I think by this point lasted almost 100 years, because a position was adjudicated wrongly. They're still extremely up in arms about it. Rook b5 is winning, but it's winning if you find the move king b2 after rook c7 check, which I think your hand will not allow you to make. Like whoever does this, like how do you?
It's a bit rough.
Yeah, but it's just completely winning apparently, because rook b4, rook d4, and we are now 3 pawns up, or however many, 2. Yeah,
we establish control.
Yep. That's one of our shorter local disputes, says Nizahe. Yeah, only 100 years long. Nothing. It's just absolute peanuts.
As long as no one holds a grudge.
Yeah. JD Kenny says, used to be common when people ran out of time after adjournments, but was stopped. But before digital clocks with increment were everywhere. Yeah, I mean, there was a kind of a.
Pretty sure there was a period between the end of adjournment with increment being Aravind is really struggling to find a square here.
Yeah. Or possibly the people manually entering the moves went for a dinner break or something, and the board is still broken. It's also
that's very possible.
It's also definitely a version. Apparently the London League still has adjournments even in 2022, which is, I mean, you have to respect the commitment to the bit.
So they don't have engines in the London League?
It's a very poor city. No money in London.
No, I think it. People have some money, no?
People pay so much for energy bills that they no longer can afford engines, I think, is what happened there.
They can't afford big hotel rooms. Have you been to a big hotel room in London? I haven't been often. The rooms are usually very small.
Yeah, I think the one time I had a large room in a British. Actually, I remember the hotel was very nice, but maybe the room wasn't that huge for the kind of like in Canada 2013. I think that particular tournament did have good accommodation, but
no, it's not a complaint, just an observation that on average UK hotel rooms, and my sample size is very small, in particular London, I guess, It's not that much space for those. I don't know how stuff works. Just make them bigger.
Yeah. Make them bigger cowards. But does not go rook a5, but that really shouldn't change very much, right? Yeah, he'll go rook a5 now.
I still do it, or I could try to stalemate this rook, which is probably also a good strategy.
Yeah.
Be frozen. Why would you spend all your time on picking one of the
just like
here?
Choose a square, any square. Yeah. Neil Bruce says, I like the dueling hoodies. I give Peter the nod with a more relaxed hoodie look. But that's actually not how this works, because if not for Jan, I would never have owned this hoodie. So it's still Jan winning, just in a more convoluted way.
I don't know what to say. I accept Neil Bruce's verdict.
Yeah. But he doesn't have the full info.
Also, yours is not a hoodie.
It's, what is it though?
Hoodie normally has like a hood.
Yes.
Okay, then. No, but that's not the.
That's not the what?
I thought you were wearing a different thing.
No, it's the.
I'll take it all back. You have a hoodie.
I do have a hoodie, but I wouldn't have had it if you didn't introduce me to the brand. This went off the rails. Sorry, says Neil Bruce. No, don't be sorry. We're, at least I'm always on, ready to praise Jan's excellent fashion sense that I steal whenever I can. Make a move. The move was made here, unsurprisingly.
I'm not sure if more moves will be made here.
Yeah, like if your best practical, I was going to say
you can wait for this.
No, but here it costs a rook. Yeah, the problem is if you wanted to continue, you had to actually just give up the knight on b5 and play 3 against 3 a piece down, which is a bit miserable.
Why would you want to continue?
Exactly. Yeah. Whoa, rook a1. Okay.
He wants the 3 piece up.
Yeah,
it's not a bad strategy.
No, it's okay. Even though spotting a 5 check and preferring a rook would have been a solid choice as well.
I really don't think we can blame him for forcing resignation here.
No, not really.
Korobov is also making progress. He's gonna win. Arvin's 10 minutes are over. I'm gonna have to assume that board is still frozen, or his hand froze and he just can't spread a square.
I think the queen is on.
Oh, and just as I said it, he did find a square on queen f5, knight f4. And also gained 10 minutes on the clock by doing so.
It's magic.
Yeah, these moves are being entered manually there.
It is truly magic, yeah.
So bishop c3, this should wrap up the Darda game. Do we ever make more moves here?
No, I don't think so.
What are we hoping for? It's bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, the pawns on
Now we see the hand being
extended. In resignation. Yeah, so Tabatabai wins, probably plays white against Alexeyenko tomorrow. Or maybe Arvin plays Alexeyenko with white tomorrow. One of them will have white against our leader tomorrow.
Probably Tabatabai is higher rated.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow at 4:30 with the tale of Mr. 100%, Kirill Alexeyenko. Thank you for joining us today, and see you same time, same place tomorrow.
See you then.